Alright, looks like we're live. What's going on, everybody? Had a weird itch in my ear. Yeah. Wow, he looks in insane shape for 87. Yeah, for an 87-year-old guy, damn. He looks fucking strong. Hey, Jasmine, this guy's 87. Look at him. Yeah, look at him. You know, I think by the time I get to around that age, like 80, it'll be fairly common to see people in that kind of shape just because of the technology that we're gonna have to slow down symptoms of aging anyway. Yeah. Because I think Liquid Ocelot in Metal Gear Solid 4, I'm pretty sure he was 82 in this scene. I'd hope to look like this when I'm 82. Like, have that kind of physique. I don't think it'll be that uncommon. Like, again, especially with the technology that we're going to have in, 50 years. That'd be sick to be in that kind of shape at, like, 80.
Did you see Dr. Mike's new video where he critiques his old lifts? It was pretty entertaining to see him all fat and round pushing big weight. Guy had some big numbers. Was pretty funny commentary too.
Yeah, I've seen that. I watched it off stream. Don't know if it'll be worth watching it on stream, but I did see it. Some of the clips he wasn't natty, he was on for a little bit. Some of the clips he was natty. He was pretty goddamn strong for being natty. So yeah, thanks for the donation though, Adam. I think I might have fucked up my elbow like more or something. It's really sore and I can feel the bone fragment moving around. It's really annoying. So yeah, I'm back and I got my debit card back, but now I pay $7 a month instead of $5. Hopefully you'll be around for another 2 years. Best YouTube member. Well, thank you, Aaron. Appreciate that. No, I didn't set up Kick. I wasn't able to sleep last night, and I've barely been able to sleep all day, and I've just been trying to sleep. And that's why I'm off my diet, and I'm going to be eating snacks tonight, just to try to get itis so I can fucking sleep. Let's see. KM donated $2. Did you see Ngannou got robbed? Holy shit, there's so much corruption in boxing. What the fuck? Well, I did not. I didn't hear about that. Oh, you mean Tyson Fury lost to Ngannou?
Really, and I'm sure we'll see what Carl Frampton says. Well, let's find out what's strong.
We know in the build-up you said you started fast. Were you surprised at the technical ability that he showed and the patience? That would be a miracle.
Dude, Ngannou's pretty fucking huge. I don't even know how you survive a fight with that guy.
I hate to be annoying. But what do you say to people that claim Israel has and is engaging in a genocide and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians per the Oxford Language Dictionary definition? What's the counter-argument? Should I just concede and say it's justified?
Well, calling it a genocide is just pure bullshit. So for one thing, I don't know why ethnic cleansing is necessarily a bad thing. These two groups hate each other, and them being together causes violence. So you would want them to be separated. So again, depending on how you go about that, it could be a good or bad thing. Obviously, if it involves killing, probably a bad thing. But there's ways of doing ethnic cleansing where it might not be a bad thing. Secondly, calling it a genocide, like, it's so fucking stupid. So tell me why the Palestinian population has increased rather than decreased if it's a genocide. It's just stupid. There's no genocide going on. The Palestinian population's increasing. The issues with the territorial borders were created by Palestinians. They refused to have a two-state solution. They demanded to rule over all of the fucking territory that Israel had and denied the existence of Israel. Then they tried to go to war and defeat Israel so that they can forcibly take that land. Then they lost, and then they cried about it, basically. That's like the history. That's the basic history. But thanks for the donation, W.
What are some reasons old friends and family begin conspire against you? Do you think I really just pissed everyone off that bad?
I don't know, Peter. I don't know the specific circumstances, so you might want to be more specific with that question. But maybe. Thanks for the donation, dude. I think I saw a butt. What? Huh? That's a nice butt. What, Blade? No.
You know the deep point blades that they had to unlock for me?
Oh, that.
Have you taken it out?
I put everything near the microwave. What to watch? Might have.
'66. Walt Disney was diagnosed with lung cancer. Famously a heavy smoker for most of his life, it wasn't entirely surprising, but it was still a shocking discovery.
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. Here's everyone's daily reminder of when you hear terrorists and terrorist supporters trying to justify genociding Jews.
Let me take a look.
Flabbity flute. Jihad, jihad.
What's up, Bin Laden?
Yes, we've seen that clip quite a few times. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
Did you see Elon offered Gaza Starlink?
Check the bag.
Strange twist. Maybe he finally feels guilty about his daddy getting rich off the other apartheid. Vox did a great vid yesterday called Gaza, explained if you get into politics this stream. Good luck on sleep tonight.
Whoa, Elon Musk is a fucking piece of shit, dude. No, Elon Musk is a fascist supporter. If you give Gaza the internet, you're giving fucking Hamas the internet, and that allows them to strategize and plan their attack against the IDF. Elon Musk is a massive, massive anti-Semite. He hates Jews. So the only reason I could figure why he'd offer to give, like, you know, Starlink to people in Gaza is because he wants them to kill Jews. Fuck Elon Musk. What a piece of shit. Vox did a great vid yesterday called Gaza Explained. It's Vox. I really fucking doubt. Yeah, I doubt it. Thanks for the donation quest. L donated $2 by the but their population went up argument. You'd have to concede that the Holocaust didn't start to be a genocide when the first Jews were sent into gas chambers, but only later on once the kill rate was larger than the Jewish birth rate. No. So look, if there was a planned genocide, you wouldn't see the fucking population of Gaza literally double. You wouldn't see Israel only attacking military targets. There's no evidence that they deliberately try to kill civilians. Hamas uses human shields. The only reason they have a border wall around Gaza is, again, to prevent fucking bombings, because Palestinians and Hamas in particular were fucking, like, planting bombs and killing fucking people. So, like, what are they supposed to do? So, like, and again, the issues with the West Bank are entirely Palestinians' fault. They refuse to have any negotiations on a two-state solution. So it's entirely their fault from the very beginning why there's the issues in the West Bank. So it's not a fucking genocide. There are being good faith efforts to have a two-state solution that would make both sides happy. Palestinians refused to fucking negotiate. Then they elected fucking Hamas, a fucking Muslim Brotherhood jihadist organization. And only now are you seeing the majority of Palestinians wanting to negotiate a two-state solution. So, no, there's no genocide, and fucking blaming everything on Israel is stupid. Thanks for that donation, though, El. Dodo donated $2. That dumb girl you debated yesterday is the type of person who would support Hamas. What do you think? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Also, please, you have to clip the best moments from that debate. It was so good, so many silent moments, and she didn't know what things meant, but she said she did. Oh yeah, she didn't know. She's a narcissist. What proved to me that she suffers from narcissism is that I would say something that she clearly did not understand. Like, I asked her to formalize her argument in the form of a syllogism. She didn't know what that meant, and then she acted as if she knew what that meant, and wouldn't just ask, like, what does that mean? I don't know what that is. She refused to ever concede that she's wrong about something, that she didn't know something. She never asked any clarifying questions. She's just, like, a supreme fucking know-it-all, and she has this, like, weird fucking need to look smarter than someone else. So I think she suffers from narcissism, but yeah, I'm gonna upload that debate and clip some of the moments. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Less is more donate $2 go to 1139. She's officially a bottom feeder. Don't watch all of it, just at the timestamp. Don't give any free clout, because that is all he is trying to do. She mad. Let me see. $11.39.
Mind either. The goal that I want to have is there's also, I know this sounds really stupid, but I do want to get a little bit of content out of this. And for me to do that, I do have to somewhat bring in science at some point.
So you can
even if it means that I can just leave afterwards.
I would make him concede and then say, okay, is there anything else you want to talk about? But
okay.
First finish him. Bring him to his knees and chop his head off. And then say,
okay, this strategy failed.
We're done with this.
What does she mean bring in science? We had a fucking ethics debate. Like, what the fuck is she even talking about?
Debate? Okay, do you want to discuss something else? Is there something else you want to discuss? That's what I would do.
Dude, it really shows you just how fucking stupid this woman is if she'd talked to Mr. Slave for debate advice. That guy is so goddamn brain dead, and she thought he would help her for debate prep with me. Like, my god, you have to be a fucking idiot. Dude. That's funny. Thanks for the donation, less is more. Dodo donated $2. When she has 3 hours to make a 15-second TikTok, she can complete a sentence with confidence, but during debate, she can barely talk. Clip the debate best moments. Use the Curb Your Enthusiasm music.
You're so dense, even brain-dead patients can respond to stimuli. Not quite. Involuntary responses are not the same thing as active voluntary responses.
Oh my god, she's conflating two different terms. She claimed that if you can react to stimuli, that is what she defines as sentience. I said, no, that's not what sentience is. You have to have a cognitive perception of the stimuli. And I used, like, you know, a brain dead person having a nerve reflex response if you, like, poke their feet. And then she says, like, well, yeah, but that's a reflex response, so that's not sentient. Yes, I know, I told you that!
Voluntary responses, and not actively or voluntarily responding to stimuli is quite literally the
Yes, I agree. I literally told you that during the debate, you fucking moron.
Diagnosis for brain death. But since people don't seem to understand the biological definition of sentience, it makes
There's no biological definition of sentience. Sentience is literally just the ability to have a subjective experience. What the fuck is she talking about? Sentient cells as basic units of tissues, organs, So, look, that paper is misusing the term sentience. It's a misnomer. I don't know how exactly they're using it. Sentient cells as basic units of tissues, organs, and organism physiology. I don't know how they're using the definition of sentience there, but, okay, here we go. So I think this is the original paper. These cell-like sentient subsystems start at the subcellular level as symbiotic organelles, which derive from prokaryotic unicellular roots and reach up across tissue, organ, and organism levels to create fully integrated This has nothing to do with sentience. Cells evolved some 4 billion years ago. Ancient process of cell production, division, plasma membrane, cytoplasm structures. Understanding evolutionary emergence of the very first cell is obscured by the extreme long timeline since the revolutionary event. The general accepted position is that the de novo formation of cells is not possible. All present cells are products of other prior cells. This essential biological principle was first discovered by Robert Remak and then effectively coined as omnicellula E cellula, every cell of the cell, by Rudolf Virchow. All currently living cells have direct structural and functional connections to the very first cells. Based on our previous theoretical analysis, all cells are endowed with individual sentient cognition that guides their individual agency, behavior, and evolution. What? Okay. This is written by a crazy whack job fucking author. She literally just cherry picked a fucking paper that she didn't understand. This is somebody who's literally claiming the only way a cell can exist is if they actually have a will to exist and think and feel, and that's what drives, like, evolution and shit. This is somebody with a crackpot fucking idea who just made a fucking opinion paper. Like, what is she talking about? This isn't fucking legitimate science.
Makes sense that you don't really understand brain death. So let's talk about sentience first. Sentience, as defined by biology, is
This is not defined as biology. This is somebody who has a crazy whack job hypothesis who just made an opinion paper. In this framework, sentient living cells actively perceive environmental information and make cognitive decisions essential for their survival. Prove it! Where's the proof? Show me that they're sentient. You can't.
actively perceiving information and making cognitive decisions essential for survival in an ever-changing and challenging planetary.
Yeah, so if this is just baffling. She's so stupid. It's she literally doesn't understand how to actually read a fucking paper, understand what is said in the paper, and determine whether or not the paper is like an accurate, reliable source of information. She just cherry-picked a random fucking opinion paper where somebody has this insane idea that the only way for cells to actually exist and function is if they have their own individual minds.
environment. For example, these bulls are sentient because photoreceptor cells in their eyes are depolarizing neurons which send action potentials to their brain and muscle tissue, and all of these signals tell the bull to
That is not what makes a bull sentient. A bull is sentient because it can have a subjective experience.
run because wolves are chasing after them, which is threatening their survival. In contrast, even if these are the same type of bovine cells that are in the bull's legs while they're running from the wolves, these cells are not sentient because depolarization of neurons is occurring due to an involuntary reflex. And
This, like I said before, this is question begging. So she's claiming that... I think I understand what this is, what she's meaning by this, and it doesn't make any sense. It's so stupid, I have to, like, gather my thoughts to, like, in a way where I'm putting myself inside a stupid person's brain, and then trying to decode that stupid thought and make it make sense. So, she's basically saying... Yeah, it's doublespeak. Okay, so she's saying sentience is created by basically reflex responses, but the ability to perceive those sorts of reflex responses are what makes somebody sentient. So it's literally doublespeak. She's claiming that a single cell can be sentient. Then when you point out that, okay, a single cell can perform like X action, and then she'll say, oh no, that doesn't count because there isn't a being perceiving that action. Yes, that's what I've been fucking telling you. She's literally contradicting herself in her own fucking video here. Like, she's saying two completely contradictory things. And she's just agreeing with me without realizing it.
this is why reflexive depolarization of neurons for patients who are brain dead does not indicate sentience. It's active
Yes, you have to actually perceive something. I've told you this.
depolarization that is responding to environmental stimuli. And honestly, brain-dead reflexes proves my point about pain even further. Because objectively speaking, pain is just a signal to tell an organism to respond to a threat in their environment. Now, just because you're self-centered...
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. She didn't really make any point about pain.
extremist vegan who can only acknowledge pain and sentience if it relates to your own human biology.
Pain is literally something that can only exist in a mind. If you're going to claim pain is just a signal that sends a particular type, that causes a particular type of response, I guess my computer's in pain when it detects a virus? Like, what? You have to have a mind to perceive pain.
Biology, that doesn't mean that organisms who don't have a
I also love how she calls me a self-centered vegan. You kill animals. What? Okay.
brain or a traditional nervous system don't feel pain. It's just not the kind of pain that you as a human can relate to. And that's because your nervous system is not objectively pain itself. Objectively speaking, your nervous system is just...
There's no such thing as objective pain. Pain is a subjective experience. There's no way to have pain in an objective sense. It is a subjective experience. Why is she using the term objective? I don't think she understands what objective means. That's a complete misnomer.
Just a system of cells with organelles covered in phospholipid bilayers which are meant to conduct signals throughout your body so you're aware of both yourself and your surroundings. And sweetie, I know it may come as a surprise, but you don't need cells, organelles, and phospholipid bilayers to conduct communicative signals about yourself and your environment.
Yes, I realize that, but you're talking about... Like again, this is something that got brought up in the fucking debate. I acknowledged that you don't need, biology to be able to respond intelligently to stimuli. Sentience and intelligence are two different things. A computer system can be intelligent, but it's not sentient.
That's why even the most basic of organisms, a plant, is aware of its surroundings and can...
A plant is not aware of its surroundings. Awareness is analytically linked to sentience. Like, she doesn't even understand any of the fucking terms she's using.
Change in response to environmental pressure. It's also why some plants can scream in pain.
Plants do not scream in pain. Oh my god. This is insanely stupid.
Now, just because some organisms don't have your biology, and they don't...
Pain is analytically linked to sentience, and then she's using she's literally just fucking showing the paper the title of the paper, they're clearly using the term cry as a colloquial term. They're not crying as in they're crying in pain.
In pain. Now, just because some organisms don't have...
Like, show me where in the paper they acknowledge that plants have pain. I'm gonna fucking look up this paper. Stressed plants cry and some animals can probably hear them. So she's saying plants can cry in pain. Let's actually take a look at this fucking paper. And, oh, so the full text isn't available for free. That's why she didn't show the full paper. And she probably doesn't know about Sci-Hub either. I think Sci-Hub had some, like, weird fucking problems before, but I should be able to... No. Nobody... How many fucking citations does this even have? Let me see. This cannot have been cited very many times. Let me see if I can just find the full paper. It's not on Sci-Hub. So this only has one author. Microphones capture ultrasonic crackles from plants that are water deprived or injured. Plants do not suffer in silence. Instead, when thirsty or stressed, plants make airborne sounds according to a study published today in Cell. Plants that need water or have recently had their stems cut produce up to roughly 35 pounds per hour. Well-hydrated, uncut plants are much quieter, making only about 1 sound per minute. The reason you have probably never heard a thirsty plant make noise is that the sounds are ultrasonic. Where, yeah, let me see, cell.com full text. Okay, no, this is a different paper. Like, this isn't even in Sci-Hub, so that explains why she did not show... That explains why she didn't show the full text, because she couldn't find full text for free. I think they're asking a stupid amount of fucking money for this paper. $200 to subscribe to the journal, $2 to rent, from $2 to $39. I'm not going to buy the paper. That's just stupid. Show me, if she's going to make this claim that plants feel pain, show me where in that paper they actually described plants being in pain. You can't. You didn't even fucking... You don't even have access to the full paper.
In pain. Now, just because some organisms don't have your human biology, and they don't send communicative signals through cells, phospholipid bilayers, and organelles, does not mean that they're non-sentient or they...
It does mean they're non-sentient. Look, there's no evidence whatsoever that plants are conscious. She doesn't even know what sentience means.
They can't feel pain. They just don't feel pain the way that you as a human...
Prove it. Show me one single paper that acknowledges the idea that plants feel pain. Show me one fucking paper. You can't. You just cherry-picked one study, and you just took the fucking title out of context. You didn't show where in the paper they actually acknowledged that plants feel pain. Show me one single peer-reviewed paper. You can't.
Understand it. So, objectively, every single organism with double-stranded DNA who can actively respond to stimuli in their environment is a sentient...
No. That's not what sentience is.
Organism. At least if you're going off the actual biological and scientific definition of...
She didn't show a biological or scientific definition of sentience. There's no such thing as a scientific definition of sentience. It's a philosophical issue. The issue of sentience is a philosophical issue. Again, you just cherry-picked a paper that you probably didn't even fucking read that made the bizarre fucking claim that the only way to explain how cells basically exist is that they have a consciousness and they have a will to survive.
Sentience, and not the one that's biased towards the human experience. But of course, if you're that self-centered and you think that humans are the center of the planet, then feel free to think.
When did I say that humans are the center of the planet? When did I say that? I think you're a piece of shit. I know you're human. I'd fucking annihilate you and your whole fucking family. I don't think humans are the center of the fucking planet. I fucking hate people. I'd fucking run you over if I saw you on the fucking street.
Think that.
Yeah, what a fucking clown, dude. She's just a fucking idiot. Yeah, whatever, fine. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about anything. Aaron donated $2. Is this immoral? Please watch off stream. Blah, blah. As long as they're consenting, no. That's some pretty deep fisting. Thanks for the donation, Aaron. Cam donated $2. I read it turns out the main Hamas hideout was actually under the hospital, so the attacks were warranted, but were they real or not? So, I don't think it was the same hospital. The one that got, like, bombed and that was in the news. But yeah, one of the hospitals, at least, did have a terrorist Hamas hideout underneath. And that's been proven now. So all the fucking triggered lefties who are saying, oh, IDF is lying, they just want to bomb hospitals. Oh, well, it turns out those are valid military targets, so they can fuck themselves. Thanks for that donation, dude.
A girl I never dated in college was upset I never dated her, and she made a bunch of her wedding stories and posts in reference to me. Meanwhile, she's getting married to someone else.
Well, that's weird. Thanks for the donation, Peter.
Bro, the AOC wants a ceasefire, Lamau. Also, you obliterated that chick scientific snitch bitch. She keeps using the word science. She clearly doesn't understand what science is or what philosophy is, lol.
Clearly. She is a fucking clown. And speaking of clownery, AOC's a fucking clown. 2 million half-children starved, bombed, cut from communication. Blame Hamas. Have those facilitating this thought much about the future this leaves us? Who's facilitating it? Is it Hamas or Israel? I'm pretty sure it's fucking Hamas, dumbass. Some may dismiss a ceasefire as naive or worse, yet who has a plan that follows this destruction? What is your plan exactly? So there's no such thing as a ceasefire if Hamas refuses to fucking be a part of the ceasefire. You're just saying Israel shouldn't be able to defend themselves, and they just need to get fucked up the ass by rockets and terror attacks. So it's not a ceasefire. You're just saying Israel should just let their citizens be fucking murdered. And secondly, like, what's your plan after Hamas gets to exist, gets to attack Israel? What's your plan after that? So Hamas has to be fucking destroyed. The idea of a ceasefire is fucking stupid. If you have a humanitarian issue with a fucking war, blame Hamas, not fucking Israel. Fucking AOC and all these, like, oh my god, I just can't fucking stand anybody anymore, dude. I have no fucking patience.
Did you see the results of the Tyson Fury and Ngannou fight? Ngannou came close, some saying he was robbed. We've got to see you in the ring one day, bro. Also, what's boring about Spider-Man 2? Is Alan Wake 2 any good? Peace, yo.
The mission structure in Spider-Man 2 is horrifically boring. You have to watch, like, these stupid long-ass cutscenes. There's unskippable parts where you don't even play as Spider-Man and you're just walking around buildings and stuff as Peter Parker or Miles. Then eventually, like, once they finally let you play the fucking game, rather than going to fight bad guys, you're doing stupid random bullshit like solving some dumb fucking puzzle where you have to figure out, like, the chemical composition of something so that you can track something down, and then they make you do another puzzle. Like, that's how a lot of the missions are. It has the worst pacing of any fucking game I've ever played. It even has worse pacing than God of War 2018, and that game had pretty fucking bad pacing. But Alan Wake 2 is good. If you want a true horror game, Alan Wake 2 is a really good game. It's kind of comparable to RE4 if RE4 was, again, more of a survival horror game. So it's not as action-packed. It's slower, more methodical, and a lot more like cerebral and scary. So if that interests you, you'll probably like Alan Wake too. Thanks for the donation, Prismo. Dodo donates $2. Her debate performance is something I would expect from a literal 13-year-old girl. Do you know how old she is? Also, why does she call herself Scientific Snitch? Is it because she just discovered PubMed or something? Also, Nightingale looks like White Big Lenny. Yeah, that is true. He does look like White Big Lenny. Yeah, she's a pseudo-intellectual. I think she's a narcissist because she's literally Frank Defano. She doesn't understand any of the fucking words or terms she's using. She doesn't know how to conduct research. She will cherry pick articles or studies she finds with these key words that stand out to her, but she doesn't know what any of it fucking means. She refuses to acknowledge she's wrong about anything or doesn't know anything, and she'll put words into my mouth, claiming I said something, but I fucking didn't. She's literally Frank Defano. She's like the girl version of Frank Defano. So, yeah, she's just a fucking narcissist. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. El donated $2. If you look at deaths on both sides since the 7th, Hamas's higher percentage of kills being military targets versus Israel. Yeah, it's because Israel doesn't use human shields. It's sus that Israel, with the world's most advanced tech, is lower than terrorists targeting civilians with pipe rockets and guns. Yeah, that's because they don't use human shields, stupid.
And Trump says that he'll deport Palestinians who go to pro-Pal rallies, lol.
Good. Do it. Okay, the first link you gave me is broken.
We'll cancel the student visas of Hamas and sympathizers on college campuses. The college campuses are being taken over.
Good. That's the only thing I think I've ever agreed with Trump on. Yeah, if you see some, like, foreign student going to pro-Palestine rallies, fucking cancel their visa. Fuck them. Go back to Palestine. Like, eat shit.
And all of the resident aliens who joined in the pro-jihadist protest this month, nobody's ever seen anything like it. Come 2025.
Yeah, they're all jihadists. Aside from the fucking lefties who just fucking deny that Hamas is a terrorist group, a lot of these fucking foreign students who are going to these Hamas or Palestine protests, they're pro-fucking Hamas. Yeah, cancel their student visas, have all these students investigated. If they've made claims sympathizing for Hamas, kick them out of fucking university. They shouldn't be allowed to fucking attend. They're terrorist fucking sympathizers. They shouldn't be allowed to go to school.
A sentient cell is sentient in the same way a satellite cell is literally a satellite. Like orbiting the planet. This chick has no idea how to read context.
Well, if you read the paper, it is literally stating that a single cell is sentient, and that's their hypothesis of how a cell can even exist in the first place. And again, they provide no evidence for this. They're just making that fucking claim. So, yeah, it's stupid. A single cell cannot be sentient. Like, there's no evidence supporting the idea that a single cell has a mind. And then when you prove this to her, like you mention, a body will have a reflex response, like a brain dead person will have a reflex response. Well, that's their cells reacting to stimuli and everything, but they're not conscious. Then she'll say, yeah, but it's a reflex response. They're not actually consciously, experiencing this. Yes, that's what I literally fucking told you. So, she just, has this double speak. Thanks for the donation, though, Adam. Dodo donated $2. She's so smug, you absolutely have to upload the debate and clip the best moments from both debates and embarrass the shit out of her so she can never get a career until she concedes and admits she was retarded. Also offer her a third debate. I'm not offering her third debate. She just runs. Like, if somebody just runs away when I ask them a simple question, I'm not interested in debating. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You watch Pornhub a lot for someone who is supposedly happy in his relationship. I'm mediumly happy and I only watch Pornhub the days I don't see my GF.
I don't know how you figure I watch Pornhub a lot, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Nigger Burgess. How the fuck are you, my nigger? You have a sexy voice. I like to masturbate to your stream. When you get all worked up it really turns me on. Just thought you'd like to know that. I picture your fat mandingo inside my vagina. Love, Jasmine.
Well, that's very sweet of you. Thanks for the donation, Jasmine.
I think your biggest telltake is on Across the Spider-Verse. That movie fucking rocked, lol. Also, I found a vegan brew pub in Rockford, Illinois called Pig Minds. If any MF near there, it worth the drive. It was fucking packed toe and took forever to get food.
Across the Spider-Verse was a shit movie. In fact, it's one of the shittiest movies ever made. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. But that's good that you found a vegan pub. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Why did you get a circumcision? Also, you previously said in one of your streams that not having sex fairly regularly and not having girlfriends makes you a weirdo. But how is that supposed to work, if the vast majority of girls want a relationship first?
First of all, I never said that. Secondly, I got a circumcision because I had phimosis. Thanks for the donation, iPhone Musings. Dodo Donatiller, so you're saying Nazis are lions. Yeah. That was pretty fucking retarded. Muslim groom is overwhelmed with his new bride. Prophet Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6 years old. Palestinians are insane, agree. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ, that's disgusting. That's literally a fucking marriage proposal? Holy fuck, dude. What a sick fuck.
Homosexuality also happens in nature. Do they have...
You want to go to that? Or let's go to that. So you're saying, because animals do this particular action, it should be, we're using that as a standard for human beings, yeah?
Not as a standard, but it's like, okay. It's not unfamiliar in the...
She should just ask, what is true of heterosexual sex that if true of gay sex would make gay sex okay?
Animals eat their young, so should we be eating babies?
No.
Why not? Animals do it. Animals do incest. Should we be doing it?
No.
So do you realize, no disrespect, but how we...
It's just a bad argument in favor of the idea of like equal rights for gay people, but what you should be saying is there's no particular reason for why we'd be interested in taking away rights from gay people.
I mean, the guy can't find his way off of a stage. Look, here's a stage. Here's a stage. I've never seen this stupid stage before, right? I've never seen it.
It's an old clip. I've already seen that. When the NATO client media tries to convince you that Russia is your enemy, it's worth remembering that Russian people bear no animosity to the people of the EU or the US. Yeah, that's why they're saying nuke the U.S., right? They also understand what's ahead and are ready for it. These are serious, tough people. Russians are the most, like, they're massive pussies. So they'll talk about, like, wanting to go to war with the U.S., spread, like, you know, the glory of Russia. They'll talk about how Russia is such a strong country. A lot of them supported the war with Ukraine. And then, as soon as they actually went to war, all of them are trying to get out of the military. They're trying to flee the country. They're trying to get out of military duty. They're fucking complaining about, like, low wages and shit, mutinying. Like, they're full of crap. Russian people are fucking pathetic. And no, they have a ton of animosity towards... I'm not watching this video. They have a ton of fucking animosity towards the US. That's bullshit. Like, again, so many of the, especially right-wingers in Russia, were talking about, unironically, nuking the fucking United States.
I shockingly agree with Trump on cancelling visas, but I was trying to show his hypocrisy since he called terrorists very smart.
Well, yeah. He does that with everyone. He's called Xi Jinping, Putin. Yeah, did he say Hitler was smart? Hitler was a fucking retard. Jesus. He should stop calling all these people smart. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Pornhub shows in your most commonly used websites when you search LOL.
Yeah, when I get bored on stream, I'll open fucking Pornhub and just, like, look through it or something, because I have nothing else to, like, fucking watch, so that's probably why. But, yeah, I don't actually watch Pornhub that much. Thanks for the donation, Peter Piper.
Before October 7th, all Gaza had restricted food, 90+% of water was toxic, no airport, no port, extremely limited travel, and 8 hours electricity a day only. In terms of rights violations, is that not collective punishment for all citizens in Gaza?
No. Again, there's a reason Israel did that. It's to prevent Hamas from gaining too much power. And again, people of Gaza were the ones who decided to elect Hamas, who were basically, they all came from the Muslim Brotherhood. So they elected terrorists, and they're responsible for why there's restrictions on electricity, goods, services, you know, food, stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Quest.
You support a Starship Troopers regime built on colonialism and the very same religious fanaticism that you claim to hate. Fucking lol, hypocrite. Mainly just anti-Islam, huh? Defended ethnic cleansing.
Israelis speak candidly to Abby Martin about Palestinians. Great.
Because
so they're able to find some racists. Okay.
Always my parents' dream to come to Israel because we're religious.
Not just for Israel, for all around the world. We can see it.
Misconceptions are not true. Like, there's not people with knives every day, and there's not I don't know, people explode.
What am I supposed to be watching? Thanks for the donation, Dum Dum.
How's your mood been lately? Are you deleting tonight's stream? Do you feel like socializing helps your depression at all? I'm looking for coping strategies for myself.
Yeah, socializing helps a bit with my depression. I've been feeling like shit lately. I've been in a bad mood like constantly for the last few days. And just being like pretty suicidally depressed for the last like week and a half. And yeah, I'm gonna have to delete tonight's stream because I got too pissed off at that scientific snitch moron. Thanks for the donation, Prismo.
Did you know, over 80% of women in Egypt have received female circumcision where they cut off the girl's clitoris and labia? It's fucked. It's part of their Islamic belief that women shouldn't experience sexual pleasure. What a fucked religion.
Yeah, seriously. The Muslim world is just absolutely fucked beyond belief. It's barbaric. Thanks for the donation, Egypt sucks. Sid donated $2. Look at your face, bro. You look defeated. Probably from stupid cunt you debated earlier that stream.
Person. As for courage, I don't think anyone could say that God lacks courage. And in terms of selflessness, he is, as I explained, the sacrificial lamb. He times in.
Yep. It's not just from that. I've just been depressed as fuck the last, week and a half. Thanks for the nation, though, Sid.
That unfortunately came far too late to treat effectively. The procedures he endured, including the full removal of his left lung, did little to stave off the illness that at this point had spread throughout his entire body. Barely a month later, on December 15th, he would pass away due to complications caused by the cancer. 2 days after his death, he was cremated and his ashes were eventually kept at a family plot in Forest Lawn Memorial Park in California, a memorial that you can visit to this very day. But it's likely that you've heard a different story about Walt Disney's death.
Dodo Nutellers, is the reason you've been depressed lately just because of how much stupidity you've been exposed to? I don't think so. Just comes and goes. Because we're seeing so many people supporting Hamas and just had one of the dumbest debates ever also watch. That might contribute to it, but I don't think so.
And he has done so much for our country and
like what?
Such as freedom with immigration and
We had freedom before Donald Trump was president, and we had illegal immigration before he was president.
right, but I just think that his ways of pursuing this country within that is far beyond what any other president has done as far as continuing the rights and laws here in America.
So Donald Trump ranks as one of the best presidents in your estimation, or
Yes.
better than Ronald Reagan?
Possibly.
Better than John F. Kennedy?
No. No, I love John F. Kennedy as well, but I mean Trump is definitely up there in my opinion.
Abraham Lincoln?
Yes.
He's done more than Abraham Lincoln. How come?
I just know more about what he's done than Abraham Lincoln and
I mean, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, won a civil war, kept the Union together.
correct. I don't know, I just
Came all the way from California to New Hampshire for this event?
People like Trump for no other reason than because they just like Trump. If you ever ask them what policies he's made that they like they can't name anything. They just like Trump because they like Trump. They just like his personality or something.
That Walt Disney wasn't actually cremated, that he had been cryogenically frozen in hopes of bringing him back to life someday. There's a lot of factors that fed into this urban legend.
McKenna, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it.
Some of the reporting around Disney's death at the time was a little confusing, some of it fraught with misinformation. And at the time of his death, cryogenic freezing was seemingly making advances and even inviting its first real candidates. With Walt Disney's vast resources and his known interest in futuristic technologies, it's absolutely plausible that if anyone would be taking this leap into the future, it would be Walt Disney. Although cryogenically freezing a person to bring them back to life at a later date is largely believed to be impossible, there is a sizable, deeply committed contingent of people who disagree. And as of me making this video, there's roughly 500 people that are currently frozen, with thousands more on waiting lists. But there's several others who were frozen in the past and didn't quite get the results they signed up for. So for today, let's talk about the truth, the myth, and the horror of cryogenic freezing. This video is sponsored by Incogni. Your personal data is worth a lot of money, and no matter how careful for in the time since then, I've been getting significantly less. Honestly, I can't remember the last time I clicked the link that I never really looked that deeply into the technology. I remember one year for a school science fair, I tried to cryogenically freeze crickets in Tupperware in my freezer. Unfortunately, I was not able to bring them back to life. I think I might have tried this because I remember reading about this thing you can do where you freeze a fly, then you tie a string around it and unfreeze it, and you got a fly on a leash. Apparently that actually is a thing you can do though. There's actually a guy on YouTube, Drum Lewis, with a video of him doing this. And while I was looking up whether or not you can actually do this, I came across this horrifying Reddit comment about a guy who tried this with a goldfish. When I was in 5th grade or so, as a science experiment, I left a goldfish in a bag of water in the freezer overnight.
Oh my god, these people are fucking horrible.
The next afternoon, I thawed out the solid block of ice and successfully revived the goldfish. He seemed no worse for wear, until 3 days later, all his skin fell off and he died.
Oh my god, poor fish.
In any case though, humans aren't goldfish and we're not flies unless, you count Seth Brundle. But I think the Walt Disney myth is most people's point of reference for the idea of cryogenically freezing a human. So let's take a look at why this belief exists. The urban legend is often said to have been started by a magazine called The National Spotlight. The National Spotlight was known for stories like, Cured by Elvis's Healing Hands, America Needs Nudism to End Crime, and How UFOs Control Our Minds. Clearly a very trustworthy news source. Supposedly, shortly after Walt Disney died, a reporter for the National Spotlight snuck into the hospital he was being treated at, disguised as an orderly. He broke into the storage room where he made a horrifying discovery: Walt Disney's body, sealed and frozen in a tube. That being said, I've seen some doubt that this article actually exists. I've even seen doubt that the National Spotlight exists, although we can go on eBay right now and buy a few issues, so it did exist at some point. Some publications, such as Snopes, perhaps uncomfortable with the idea of citing this impossible-to-find National Spotlight article, claim that the source was actually a French publication called Ici Paris in 1969. But I did manage to find a few publications that make reference to a specific National Spotlight article entitled Walt Disney is Frozen, He'll Be Back in 1975, and attributed to a writer named Bill Burnett. So I do think this article likely did exist and is probably the first published source for the rumor. Although it's been said that the rumor actually started within Disney itself as a joke among staff. Despite the nature
Donate $2. Sorry to keep bringing her up, but can we just rewatch this moment again? It was so good. Anyone who hasn't seen it needs to see it. So that's question begging. Do you understand what question begging is?
Yes,
You're making a premise that assumes the truthfulness of the conclusion. You're basically saying it isn't murder because it isn't murder. And again, we've gone over this. If you disagree with my definition of murder, that it's possible for either a human being or an animal to murder another animal, then name the trait. Name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in humans, it would not be murder if a human or an animal were to kill that trait equalized human.
You can't be in favor of protecting rights by violating rights.
Yeah, so you literally just proved you can. So you would be violating the rights of Hitler, but you would be protecting a greater degree of rights by killing Hitler. So you literally just proved we can. We take away rights all the time. We put criminals in jail because it's in the interest of protecting a greater degree of rights and freedoms. So you're wrong, and you proved with your own words that you're wrong. So again, if you're going to disagree with me that you can murder an animal, then name the trait. Name the trait that's lacking in animals that if lacking in a trait equalized human being, it would not be murder to kill that trait equalized human being.
All right, so
Yeah, that was a cringe-ass fucking debate, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, Dedo. Taylor donated $2. Hey, Mr. Slave, we know you're watching his stream right now, Law.
The fact that you're getting so upset and so emotional, that's an indication that you have you're biased. See, I'm not biased. I don't care either way. She, I think, is also not biased. She's just as
Okay. This is fucking ridiculous.
have to present a certain position to your paying customers. So you have to pretend to be of a certain persuasion. So internally, you might have your doubts. You're like a priest that internally has doubts about the religion, but externally, you have to perform for the audience the sermon. That's what you're like, which is, and then I can understand why you're acting. So it's a performance. You're giving a performance. You're not really um, displaying your true emotions. You are faking your emotions.
If you can react to stimuli, that is what she defines as sentience. I said, no, that's not what sentience is. You have to have a cognitive perception of the stimuli.
What do you mean? I don't know. Now I don't know what you mean. A cognitive perception of this. I don't know what that means.
How is he not seeing the chat?
Perception of the stimuli, and that's what I think she's going to go after. She's going to say, "Well, that's very human-centric of you." So we don't know what other creatures, I guess, what their experience is.
How is the term cognition human-centric? Is you have to have a cognitive perception.
A cognitive perception. I honestly don't even know what that means. I mean, unless you mean like an awareness, like the experience, like they have a name, qualia. The experience, like the feeling, like living through. It's difficult to find the words. Even qualia is a word they had to make up, and I don't even know.
Dude, what is this guy like on crack?
What it means. We're just having these discussions, and it's not really clear. The whole thing around consciousness and awareness. This is like it's a it's a very old discussion, and so you're saying, so your definition of sentience is this conscious experience that you need a very big brain for, something like that. And in her opinion, she's going to even single
This can't be pre-recorded.
That display.
Okay, this guy is like literally fucking retarded. There's no way that's pre-recorded. He's just reacting to the stream right now. What a dumbass. Mr. Slave is just fucking so dumb.
Skip to 138 in the last clip. These 3 clips are the first things I think about when Walt Disney's mentioned.
Why should I trust you? Why should I trust you? You're always tricking me into going places I don't wanna. Oh, you said we were going to a place Walt Disney built.
No, Peter, I said supported.
Welcome back, Mr. Disney.
Are the Jews gone yet?
No.
Put me back in.
No! Brian, we could spend the rest of our lives here. It's perfect.
Sounds good to me. Doesn't seem to be a thing wrong with this place.
Hello, everybody.
Well, thanks for the donation, Bend Over. Donate $2. That was one of my, if not my absolute favorite debate that I've ever seen. I wish all of Destiny's dumb fans would see that. I hope you're on another Kick or Keep stream and get to the finals of someone as dumb as that, who you can embarrass. Show the boyfriend moment. If you link me the boyfriend moment, I can show it on stream. I'm not gonna seek it out though. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Of the publication this story originated from, it still persists.
Mr. Slave's in the Discord. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, so I was watching you react to the stream. So the 2 big disagreements that I had with Scientific Snitch, well, at least now I can't remember. At least one is the claim that single cells can be sentient. Oh no, and I remember the second one, that plants feel pain. So, care to show me anywhere in the fucking research she mentioned where there's evidence in favor of the idea that single cells can be sentient and that plants can feel pain?
So, I don't exactly share her opinions. I prepared her. If you want to discuss these topics, I could. It would be my opinion, not hers. So, in my opinion, I think even if you could argue that even a virus has sentience, depending on the definition
Where?
of sentience.
There's only one definition of sentience. It's the ability to have a subjective experience. So where's the evidence that a virus is able to have a subjective experience?
So the question is, what do you mean? What is your scientific definition of a subjective?
What do you mean scientific definition? This has nothing to do with science. This is a philosophical issue, and it's the ability to have a mind. Okay, so there's no scientific definition of what a mind is. This is philosophy. We know what a mind is. We have minds. It's just something that has the ability to perceive something on a cognitive, conscious level.
Wait, so look, if we're not having a scientific discussion, then this is what I would define as utter nonsense. So either we're having a scientific discussion or we're talking nonsense.
Sorry, so what paper did she actually link that gave a definition to what sentience is?
Again, I'm not representing her. I'm not her lawyer. You can ask me these questions, and I
Can you link me to one paper that defines what sentience is?
Look.
Whenever sentience is used in a scientific context, like if we're determining whether or not a fetus is sentient and whether or not it's moral to have an abortion at a certain period of gestation, they're talking about philosophy. It's just that they're using science to figure out when this philosophical concept of a mind actually develops. So like the idea that science and philosophy are completely like don't have anything to do with each other is fucking ridiculous. We understand that there are some properties of a brain that produce sentience, and scientists will try to the best of their ability to look at what evidence is in favor of the idea of the existence of a mind within a fetal brain. But like this idea that there's a scientific definition of what sentience is fucking ridiculous. Like what is the difference between a scientific definition and a philosophical definition? Like it would be analytically linked anyway.
Look, I'm not so much interested in definitions. I'm interested in the actual science. So the question is, do me and you have a disagreement about observables, about reality, about science? That's my only question. You think me and you disagree on the science?
Well, look, I was watching your stream and it sounded like you were, for the most part, agreeing with Scientific Snitch. The two claims she made was that a single cell can be sentient, and two, that plants feel pain. So where are the evidence for those two claims?
Okay, so you want science. Let's start with the first one. You want science. I'm willing to go as far as claiming that a virus has, like the question is, what do we mean by sentience? That's I'm gonna have to come back to
I literally just gave you a definition. It's the ability to have a subjective experience or a mind-dependent experience.
Wait a minute. Can you scientifically define it? What's your scientific definition?
What do you mean a scientific definition? That is the definition.
Observe. What are we looking? What are we observing?
A mind can be produced by anything, by any means. It's just what matters is whether or not a mind exists. So show me the evidence for the existence of a mind in a bacteria or in a single cell or in a virus.
Gladly, but hold on. What are we measuring? You have to tell me what we're measuring.
We can measure whatever the fuck you want.
What's
Show me the evidence in favor of the
No.
idea that a virus has a mind.
You need to you need to tell me what
I
we're
just gave
testing
you
for.
the definition of what a mind is. It's something that has the ability to have a subjective experience. That is what a mind is.
How do we measure this thing?
You tell
How
me.
is
You're the one
measurement?
claiming that a virus has a fucking mind.
No, so okay, so the way I'll tell you how I see it. So the way
No, no,
I
no,
see
no,
it
no, no, no,
is-
no, no. You're claiming a virus has a mind. Show me the evidence.
Yeah, let me. I'll tell you. So you can see a video on YouTube. Let's start with an amoeba. There is a YouTube I saw of an amoeba being attacked and being killed, and you can see the amoeba is struggling to stay alive, just like me and you. I mean, and you can see in the comment section that people are reacting. People feel for the amoeba. They feel for it just as much as they feel for any animal.
Yeah, so
So-
just because you have a perception of something struggling doesn't mean it's struggling. So I want to know what the evidence is for the existence of a mind in an amoeba.
That, I mean, that would be my evidence. I mean,
What
it's
that you
behaving just
feel?
like
What that you feel that an amoeba is sentient is the evidence that it's sentient? That you just feel like it is? Like you were the one demanding that I give like a scientific definition for sentience, and then your scientific evidence for the existence of sentience in amoeba is, well, I feel like it is. You know what? When I see a tree blowing around in the wind, I feel like the tree is getting knocked around and it's in pain from getting knocked around by such violent winds. I guess trees are sentient now.
Look, that's why I asked you for the measurements.
I don't need
What
measurements.
do you
You're
want?
the one claiming it has a mind. You can use whatever measurements you want. You can use whatever fucking techniques you want to determine how sentience arises in a single-celled organism. Show me the evidence. Where's the scientific evidence that a mind exists in a single-celled organism?
Wait, so you're asking now how this behavior arises. That's actually much simpler. That we know. How the behavior arises, we know. Both in the amoeba and in humans. It's just, it's an electrochemical chain reaction. It's very similar, actually. The amoeba and the human, ultimately are, at the chemical level, are identical. It's identical mechanics, molecular mechanics. That's how it comes about. But you can perceive, when you look at it, when you conduct an experiment.
So
you can
your
see
only
when-
evidence is that it moves around. So I'm just going to assume it has feelings.
Well, I don't see. I don't see any other way to.
Okay,
conduct this experiment.
apparently a scientific experiment is your personal perception of something. Your scientific evidence is my personal perception is I think it has a mind. So if I look at a tree and see it getting knocked around and I have the personal perception that, wow, that tree must be in pain. Well, I guess the tree is in pain. That's science to you?
Hold on. So we can talk about plants, but first, that's how. I'm sorry, but if you would ask me to conduct this experiment,
That's not an
what I would
experiment.
do.
That's you just saying, oh, well, it looks like to me that this being has a mind. So I guess it has a mind.
But when you talk to me, right, it's the same, right? You see me behaving.
That's
the
not an
same as you,
experiment.
and you-
That's not an experiment. That's just a perception that I have. So again, where's the scientific evidence that a single-celled organism has a mind? Show me a peer-reviewed paper.
But you're not giving me what observables you're.
I
looking
don't need
for.
to. I'm the one asking you for the evidence. So show me a peer-reviewed fucking paper. I don't need to fucking tell you, well, this is my standard for burden of proof. I'm not asking that. I'm just asking for fucking evidence. So show it to me. Show me a peer-reviewed fucking paper.
Okay, what do you want this paper to say?
I don't need it to say fucking anything. Just show me the fucking evidence in support of your claim.
Look, okay, do we have a scientific disagreement, me and you? Are we disagreeing on the science?
Apparently, because you think science is you looking at something and having certain feelings about it.
No. I'm saying, do we disagree about reality? Right? You agree that there is a video on YouTube where we see an amoeba struggling as it's being pierced.
Wait. That's question begging, because when you use a term like struggle assumes that there's a mind present. So that's question begging. So if you're going to use,
it looks like it's
so no, you can use a term like reacts to or avoids or something like that. But when you use a term like struggle, well, struggling implies that there's a mind involved that is suffering against something.
fine. It seems like it's struggling. If I would see a person
That's question
behaving this
begging.
way, if it seems like it's struggling, that's not good.
Oh, okay, cool. So when I hit a ball against the wall and I hit the ball against the wall really hard, well, it looks like the ball might be in pain because it's getting like squished really hard. So I guess the ball like has feelings and it has a mind.
Look, this is why I need you to tell me how you're going to conduct this experiment.
I don't need
know.
to tell you that.
Honestly,
I don't need to tell you that. You're the one claiming you have scientific evidence that a mind exists in single-celled organisms. So show me the fucking evidence. I'm assuming this is in the form of a peer-reviewed paper, and you're not just making this fucking shit up by claiming, oh, well, I saw this video, and, you know, I have certain feelings about it.
I've seen many videos of single-cell
Do you have a
organisms that
single
behave-
peer-reviewed paper indicating that there is sentience in single-celled organism, yes or no?
Oh, okay, what do you mean by sentience?
It's a yes or no question. Do you have a paper indicating the presence of sentience in single-celled organisms, yes or no?
We can Google Scholar it if you want.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence of that claim. Okay, so let's move on to the second claim. Do you believe that plants feel pain?
I'll gladly move on. So your definition of evidence is a peer-reviewed paper. That's not evidence.
But evidence is your personal feelings. So a peer-reviewed paper in a journal is not evidence, but your personal feelings when you watch a video, that's scientific evidence. But a scientific paper published in a peer-reviewed journal, that's not scientific evidence.
No, a video is evidence. A peer-reviewed...
No. A simple video is not evidence of, like, a video of a fucking amoeba is not evidence of sentience. There's something else that has to be involved that would be used to indicate sentience in an amoeba or any other single-celled organism. So just because you feel a certain way about a video, that doesn't mean that that creature is sentient.
Look, we know the molecular mechanics of an amoeba very well. So, I mean, it's a machine. It's a little machine. It's a little robot that behaves in certain ways, but at the end of the day, so are we. We're just more complex robots. We're just more complex machines, but that's all that we are. So
You believe anything with a metabolism is sentient?
I don't know. I wouldn't say metabolism. I would say that even a virus that knows to attack its correct host.
Well, that's question begging. That's question begging. Knowing requires a mind. That is question begging.
I'm just.
What do you mean? It seems like. Well, what do you mean? It seems like. Like now we're back to the same fucking problem of you just making assumptions on whether or not something's sentient, just because. Well, I have a certain feeling about that. You know, it seems like a tree is sentient and has feelings and can get hurt because it really looks like it's getting knocked around violently by the wind.
Look, we can come back to trees. I want to first finish off viruses and amoebas, but
Well, I think we're done. I asked you for evidence in the form of a peer-reviewed journal article, and you can't come up with that. All you've been able to do is say, well, I've seen a video, and I feel like this is the case. So I don't fucking care about your stupid feelings. I don't care about your feelings. I care about if you're going to make the claim that a single-celled organism is sentient, I'd like to see evidence of that. Your personal feelings aren't evidence. The best evidence available would be, again, a journal article published in a peer-reviewed journal, and you can't present that. So moving on to the next topic, Scientific Snitch claimed in a response video to me that plants feel pain. Can you show me, using any fucking journal article you want, just has to be published in a journal, has to be peer-reviewed, that plants feel pain? You can even use the study that she linked. Where was pain mentioned in the paper?
Just before that, can you prove to me that you have sentience?
Like what? With what degree of certainty?
Any degree of certainty.
I can tell you I'm fucking sentient.
So
that's
could
pretty good.
ChatGPT.
That's pretty fucking good evidence. If somebody can fucking tell you they're thinking and fucking feeling.
I could program a one-line program.
Yeah, well, I'm not a program, so that inference doesn't make any fucking sense.
You are, your type of a program. You're a neural network.
That's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. So, do you have any fucking evidence in the form of a peer-reviewed paper in a journal that a single-celled organism has sentience? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no is the only thing that should come out of your fucking mouth.
Okay, look.
Okay, yeah, right. We're done. So you have no evidence of that claim. Moving on to the next fucking issue, she claimed that plants feel pain in her fucking video. Does that statement make any fucking sense to you? What evidence did she show that plants feel pain? Do you agree that's a stupid fucking statement to make?
Can I ask you why you're so upset?
Well, because I fucking hate you, you're stupid, you piss me off, you don't listen to what I fucking say, and I want to knock your fucking teeth out! That's why I'm so fucking pissed!
Wait, you want to invite me to an MMA match?
Yeah, I do.
You paying for my travel? Well, I have to fly tomorrow, but...
I'll come to you, okay? If I ever travel, I'll let you know, and hopefully you're in the state I travel to.
Are you gonna try and kill me?
No! I just want to hit you. So we'll set up an MMA match. If I ever do any traveling, I'll let you know, and hopefully I show up in your state, and then we can go to a fucking gym and have an MMA match.
That'd be nice. Look, look. I don't see a reason why you need to get upset. I honestly, I watch your show. I've learned to really enjoy your show. I think you're
That's great.
YouTuber.
So the claim she fucking made was that plants feel pain. Where's the evidence that plants feel pain?
So the question would be, what do you mean by pain? How do you measure?
What do you mean? What do I mean by fucking pain? You don't know what pain is? Do you want me to fucking demonstrate to you what pain is? Do I need to kick you in the nuts really hard?
Well, that's actually my line of research. So, how do you explain pain? How does pain work?
Pain is a subjective experience. It causes discomfort in the mind of an organism.
How? How does that work?
I don't care how it works. I don't care. Show me the evidence in favor of the idea that plants feel pain.
But, I mean, you need to explain to me what is pain. What is
I literally just told you. It is the feeling of discomfort in an organism that has a mind.
No, that I need the mechanical.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because pain can be brought on by any means. It is mind dependent. So as long as a feeling of discomfort is brought upon an organism that has a mind, that is what pain is. It can be through any fucking mechanism. So show me the evidence that plants feel pain.
No. Given a neural network.
I don't care. Show me the evidence that plants feel pain. Show me a peer-reviewed paper. Show me a peer-reviewed paper published in a journal indicating that plants feel pain.
So, look, you're defining...
Do you have a single fucking piece of evidence in a peer-reviewed paper in a journal that indicates plants feel pain? Show me one. Look, if this
I
has scientific
honestly-
evidence behind it, if this has scientific support that plants feel pain, then obviously you'd be able to find it in a scientific journal, correct? So show me one paper published in a scientific journal that indicates plants feel pain. And again, pain specifically has to be used in the journal. I don't care about, oh, well, plants will react to stimuli in this way. They'll set off pheromones. That's not pain. So I want pain to be used specifically in the journal.
I usually
Okay, so you don't
do
have
my
any evidence.
research.
Cool. So you don't have any evidence. So you agree that what she said is fucking stupid.
No, I had a discussion with her about this, and I
Well,
understand
no
where
wonder she
she's
did so
coming from.
poorly in the fucking debate if she listened to you.
Yeah, I heard your comment. That's very funny. Anyway, look, I appreciate you. I don't see the reason you should get upset. I don't think me and you and her have a disagreement on reality.
No,
So I
clearly
don't.
we do. She said plants feel pain.
Really?
She claims single-celled organisms are sentient.
But she means like in a reflex manner.
No, she didn't, because
Like,
then when I brought up in the debate, and this is on her TikTok video, when I brought up in the debate that somebody who's brain dead, you can poke their toe or something and their body will make a reflex, it'll activate their nervous system, she said that's not sentient. So no, she said reflexes are not sentient, and then she used this form of doublespeak saying, oh, well, you have to be able to cognitively perceive something for it to be sentience. So she doesn't even know what she's talking about. She literally
agree.
double spoke.
I agree. You won the debate against her. That's my feeling. So if that's what we're talking about, I agree. I cannot defend her. And I made a video explaining why I think you won and she lost, and it's up. You can watch it. But the question is, well, how am I and you better than just a mechanical contraption of reflexes?
Well, again, the difference between a mechanical contraption that just has a reflex response is that we are sentient. We can feel. So I put moral value on something that can actually feel or perceive things versus something that just reacts to stimuli.
Me and you, we're just very complex chains of reflexes. That's all that we are.
No,
No.
we're not. So if you're gonna, I don't know what you mean by that exactly, because there are neurological pathways that deal with reflex, and there are non-reflex neurological pathways. So that's not true if that's what you mean. If you mean we live in a deterministic universe, if it has something to do with that, again, the same thing would apply. We can perceive things, we can feel things. A robot can't.
But you understand the way the nervous system works is one neuron activates another. It's just a chain of reflexes. Each neuron is just a tiny robot.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Again, there are reflex neural pathways and there are non-reflex neural pathways. So that's not true.
Fine. No, but at the end of the day, the entire nervous system is just neurons, and each neuron just activates the postsynaptic neurons, right? There's presynaptic neurons, postsynaptic neurons. A neuron receives inputs. If it weighs and if it brings it up to action potential, then it delivers the message to its postsynaptic neurons.
Again,
that's all it is.
There are reflex and non-reflex neural pathways. If you have a reflex neural pathway, they can be activated without you knowing it. So if you're brain dead, or if you're like in a coma, like again, if you like tickle somebody, they won't feel the tickling, but their nervous system will make their foot like go up. That's one way to tell if it's a reflex or if it's a actual cognitive response.
Yes, but the neural network of the reflex in the knee is identical to the entire nervous system. It's just a chain of neurons. That's all it is.
Well,
One
it's not
neuron
identical.
activates-
It activates completely different neural pathways. So it's not
Well,
identical.
exactly.
And the way it's
Exactly.
perceived by your brain is different. So again,
Right.
so again, non-reflex neural activity means you can perceive it cognitively. If it's just a reflex neural pathway, you might be able to perceive it, you might not, but it's a completely different pathway in your nervous system.
Yes, but ultimately, the entire nervous system is composed of neurons, right? The
Sure.
unit of the nervous system is a neuron. Each neuron is just a little robot that, when activated enough, then becomes activated, and so the signal continues.
Okay,
And that's what
so
happens.
so consciousness is the sum of all of its parts. So sure, an individual neuron is not conscious. So if we track, I don't know, the electrical signals going up to your brain from when
How do you know that? How do you know that a single neuron is not conscious?
well, again, there's no inferences that we can make to suggest that a single neuron is conscious.
What do you mean? So, I mean,
What what inferences can we make that a single neuron is conscious?
When a neuron behaves like any cell, it.
Well, again, why would we assume that any single cell is conscious?
Again, it goes back, to our perception as scientists. Like, the way me and we behave is very similar to the way a virus behaves, and to the way a neuron or any other cell behaves.
So sorry, you're just assuming that anything that can respond intelligently to stimulus is conscious. Or there's a good degree of evidence that just because it can respond intelligently, it's conscious.
Right, but consciousness is just a macro illusion. Right? The complexity.
It can't be an illusion.
Of the,
it can't be an
Wait,
illusion
what?
if you're perceiving it. Like, choice can be an illusion, but if you're perceiving something, perception itself can't be an illusion.
Why not?
Perception itself, it itself cannot be an illusion. What you're perceiving can be an illusion. Like, choice could be an illusion. Colors can be an illusion. They might not really be there. But perception itself cannot be an illusion.
But if you meditate on it, you'll see that it is.
No.
I mean, all you could say that your perception, your consciousness is just the inputs. It's just the inputs, right? You're just experiencing the inputs.
Okay, but again, perception itself cannot be an illusion. What you're perceiving can be an illusion, but perception itself, how would the fuck, that's not even logically possible.
Anyway, look, it's a good question. So you'd have to explain to me, so where does it come from?
Where does what come from?
Awareness, perception, consciousness.
Well, no one knows for sure, but again, if we're going to assume that a brain similar to ours would create a consciousness, then again, it's some sort of emergent property of a brain or something similar to a brain.
But you can see with ChatGPT, you can see that it's already beginning to display consciousness.
No.
Just.
No. Show me a peer-reviewed paper indicating where some experts in AI are suggesting that ChatGPT is conscious to some degree.
I don't know about paper, but I listen to a lot of podcasts, like in these podcasts, this theory has been proposed multiple times. And,
so
it's
kind of... just because ChatGPT is intelligent, it doesn't mean it's conscious. You can look at the code and see how these algorithms work. You will get the response that you know will happen just by looking at the algorithmic code.
It's just a neural network.
It's not a neural network. It's code. It's code. It's possible for code. So it's possible for code to maybe become conscious at some point, but no one in the expert of AI is claiming ChatGPT has any level of consciousness.
Okay, I mean, I've heard people on podcasts propose this, and it's I'm not, I'm just all I'm saying is you can see the beginning of an indication of consciousness. You can see it. I mean, as it's
No,
improving, you can
you're just seeing
imagine.
an AI become more sophisticated and give more intelligent responses. That's it.
But I've heard you state this before that a neural network can become conscious. I've heard you say this.
What do you mean? Oh, like you mean
You
like
said that
in a lobster?
no, I heard you say that a computer can become conscious.
Well,
What do
yeah.
you mean by
Well, yeah. But I don't think anybody currently, the state GPT is in, is suggesting that Chat GPT is an early form of consciousness. But yet, like, yeah, in the future, it could be possible that Chat GPT could become conscious. But right now, like again, I would like to see a peer-reviewed paper on the topic. Like I want to see in some sort of like AI or science journal somebody making a paper suggesting that. I don't really care about podcast episodes.
I mean, these podcasts are by, the world leaders of AI and brain science.
Well, they
And
can
I
have
say,
whatever opinion they want on a fucking like Joe Rogan podcast. I want to see it published in
no,
a
no,
paper. That's when I'm going to take some of
I
these
don't
claims
listen.
seriously.
I don't listen to Joe Rogan. I listen to Brain Science and, Brain Matters and to Street Talk. I listen to actual AI and neuroscience podcasts, and I know these people personally. This is the world from which I come. So,
Okay, well,
y-
again, I'm not going to listen to podcasts. I don't take that as like a serious scientific forum. Show me. I'd be interested to see an actual paper on the topic, but until then, I'm not taking that claim seriously.
but you yourself claim that in the future you can see ChatGPT becoming
Sure,
aware, self-aware.
sure, possibly. But again,
Yeah.
I want to see evidence. A podcast episode isn't evidence.
Look, you have the indication. I don't understand. You yourself admit, you yourself claim that you can see it materializing. So I don't
Uh,
understand.
okay,
Mhm.
we're just going around in circles at this point. But
Yeah.
I think I misunderstood some of the points you were making in the live stream you did. It seemed to me that you were defending her claims that a single-celled organism is sentient. She clearly contradicted herself on that front. And I don't know if you're defending her claim that plants feel pain.
I mean, when she says cry, she means they output certain
No,
chemicals.
that's not what she
Or
said.
I didn't
That's
get
not what she said.
that.
Specifically, they feel pain.
Oh, they make
No.
microsonic waves.
She said specifically they feel pain. That is a different claim than they make like these sort of micro sounds or they release pheromones or something like that. She said specifically they feel pain.
I mean, since I agree that single-celled and viruses can have an experience, then I can agree that they can experience a very primitive form of pain. Yes, I would agree with that.
You think plants can feel pain?
A very primitive form of pain. Like we are very complex machines, they're very simple machines. So a complex machine feels a complex set
What
of
and
emotions.
I'm just wondering what evidence suggests that.
Just looking, when I look at a single cell, like an amoeba on video, and I see its
Okay.
behavior,
Okay, if that's what you think, if that's your standard of evidence, that, well, I
What's
see
your
something and it kind of moves around in a funny way, then I don't know what to tell you.
Look, it behaves just like me and you when it comes to life and
No,
death.
no, I don't think an amoeba behaves just like me or you. I think you're anthropomorphizing a fucking amoeba. But, okay. We've gotten to the bottom of this.
All right. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
No problem. Sorry for freaking out at you. I get...
No, it's okay.
I just
And
get
I'd
pissed
love
off.
to. It's okay. I'd love to have an MMA match. I hope you don't kill me.
Okay. Maybe an
One
arm
day.
wrestling
All right,
match,
man.
the very least.
No, MMA is good. I
Okay.
love MMA. MMA is great. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk.
All right. Take care, dude.
Thank you. You too. Bye bye.
Oh boy. Dodo donated $2. I think you should watch the Pokemon video I sent you a while ago. I don't know what that is. Oh, right. I still have it up. Don't know why you keep saying AI can be sentient. It doesn't really make sense. There's no proof or reason that AI can be sentient, and if you learn how machine learning works, you may understand that. Okay. Well, thanks, Dodo. I guess we can watch that on stream. Why not?
Fuck you, Mr. Slave, you dumbass. Your name is an insult to Richard's ancestors.
I guess it sort of is, but... Thanks for the donation, Peter. Appreciate it.
Right now we're watching 20,000 games played by an AI as it explores the world of Pokemon Red. In the beginning, it starts with no knowledge whatsoever and is only capable of pressing random buttons. But throughout 5 years of simulated game time, it gains many capabilities by learning from its experiences. Eventually the AI is able to catch Pokemon, evolve.
So, with machine learning, I don't think that's a pathway to sentience. I think you would either have to have something like the AI in Metal Gear that were literally parts of people's brains that were put into a computer system and modified in a certain way to be made into an AI like GW in the Metal Gear games. Or possibly if you could simulate neurons, that could be another way. So a machine could simulate a brain, and if it could simulate it accurately enough, that brain could maybe actually be sentient.
Solve them and defeat a gym leader. At one point it even manages to exploit the game's random number generator. But perhaps more fascinating than its successes are the ways that it fails, which are surprisingly relatable to our own human experiences. It turns out that studying the behavior of an algorithm can actually teach us a lot about ourselves. In this video, I'll tell the story of this AI's development and analyze the strategies it learns. At the end, I'll go deeper into some technical details and show you how to download and run the program yourself.
Are you going to post the debate you had yesterday with that stupid chick? I couldn't watch it because I had to go to work. I caught a brief part of it where she couldn't answer why she thinks carnivores should violate animals' rights.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it, don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja.
Let's start by asking, how does it work? The AI interacts with the game much like a human. It takes in images from the screen and chooses which buttons to press. It optimizes its choices using something called reinforcement learning. With this method, we don't have to tell the AI explicitly which buttons to press. We only need to give it high-level feedback on how well it's playing the game. What this means is that if we assign rewards to the objectives we want it to complete, the AI can learn on its own through trial and error. So what does this look like? The AI will start with no knowledge or skills whatsoever and will only be able to press random buttons. So for it to get any useful feedback, we need to create a gentle curriculum of rewards, which will guide it towards learning the difficult objectives. Perhaps the most basic objective to start with is exploring the map. We'd like a way to reward the AI when it reaches new locations. More generally, we'd like to encourage curiosity. One way to do this is by keeping a record of every screen the AI has seen. As the game is being played, we can compare the current screen against all screens in the record to see if there are any close matches. If no matches are found, this means the AI has discovered something new, so it will give it a reward and add the new screen to the record.
You should start challenging people to a Pokemon match or a Mario Smash Bros. Game. Your coordination lack makes it likely you get knocked out in a MMA fight.
Yeah, thanks for the tip. Thanks for the donation too, PETA.
Rewarding it for unique screens should encourage it to find new parts of the game and seek out novelty. Alright, now that we have an objective, let's start the learning process and see how it goes. At this stage, the AI is essentially pressing random buttons just to see what happens. To gather experience more quickly, we'll have it play 40 games simultaneously and each will play for 2 hours. Now the AI will review all of the games and update itself based on the rewards it earned. If it goes well, we should see incremental improvement and the whole process can repeat. After a few iterations of training, the AI finds its way out of the starting room noticeably faster than when its behavior was random. For some reason though, instead of exploring Route 1, it becomes fixated on a particular area of path.
Do you think the sentience that the puppet master in Ghost in the Shell had, is possible for a program? Also, Jasmine convince him to go on a trip somewhere. I know you don't want to, but just get away. Just say fuck it and go to a resort. Life is short.
That type of program probably wouldn't become sentient. Again, conceivably, it could be very intelligent, and it might display signs of intelligence, like wanting to kind of combine with a sentient organism. In all likelihood, if I were to make a guess, chances are an AI would gain sentience from either simulating an actual brain, like a structure of neurons and everything, or the AI is actually made out of a brain, sort of like the AI in Metal Gear Solid, like the AI GW or something. Thanks for the donation, though, Quest. Ugh. Convince him to go to a trip somewhere. I'll take a vacation eventually. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
Pallet Town. Why is this? It turns out, when you're seeking novelty, it's easy to become distracted. Notably, the area it's stuck in has animated water, grass, and NPCs walking around. It turns out, this animation is actually enough to trigger the novelty reward many times. So according to our own objective, just hanging out and admiring the scenery is more rewarding than exploring the rest of the world.
EV donate tellers. Most modern machine learning models work by copying how neural networks function. They imitate individual neurons and the links between them, but they use way fewer neurons than you'd find in a real brain. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe it would be possible then. Thanks for the donation though, Evie.
I hate people like whoever the fuck that was. Stop listening to podcasts and read an actual book on neuroscience. Claiming a neuron is sentient is something a 14-year-old would propose to sound intellectual. Same with saying AI is sentient. Fucking dork.
Like, the guy literally claimed his only evidence in favor of the idea that a single-celled organism is sentient is because he anthropomorphizes an amoeba. Not a very sharp dude. Thanks for the donation, though. I will break a motherfucker.
This is a paradox that we encounter in real life. Curiosity leads us to our most important discoveries, but at the same time, it makes us vulnerable to distractions and gets us into trouble. As humans, we can reflect on our own sources of intrinsic motivation, but we can't easily change them. In contrast, it's straightforward for us to change these for the AI. Returning to our current scenario, a reward is triggered if more than just a few pixels differ from previously seen screens. But if we raise this threshold to several hundred pixels, the animations won't be enough to trigger the reward anymore. This means the AI will no longer get any satisfaction from watching them and will only develop an interest for more novel locations. Note that each time we modify the rewards, we restart the AI's learning from scratch because we want the full process to be reproducible. After this change, the AI starts to explore Route 1.
Yes, please. I'm high level of frustrate. Yeah, I'll be fine. You just leave a poop in bed.
Eventually, it makes its way up to Viridian City. This is great progress, but now there's another problem. In most battles, the screen looks pretty much the same, so there's not much exploration reward to be gained doing battles. This in turn causes the AI to simply run away from them. But ultimately, it can't progress without battling.
Give me two, please.
So to address this, let's add additional rewards.
Too busy to set up your next vacation? Maybe it's too expensive. Contact me at Travelocity.com. We will find you affordable rates and great stays in the most fascinating vacation spots of 2023. I have a garbage can with a pillow in Michigan waiting for you.
Alright, well thank you. I might take you up on that offer. Appreciate the donation, travel agent.
Based on the combined levels of all of its Pokemon.
Maybe.
Why the fuck did you laugh at the kid who was rammed by the sheep multiple times? What was the kid's fault? That kid is not guilty for his parents owning those sheep's dipshit. Did you re-upload the live stream from last Friday somewhere?
I deleted a live stream from a couple days ago. I think it might have been on Friday. Damn it.
React to this, it's amazing.
So, I don't know if you're talking about this one, Reacting Stuff, Alan Wake 2 stream, and it's also in the members, or not the community section. So, I think that's what you mean. Thanks for the donation, Antinatalist. React to this. Let me see Dodo.
This is my 63rd rally.
Yeah.
Do you not like him anymore?
I'll drink him. Trump supporter. He's our first superhero president. What the fuck?
This is my 63rd rally, and I drove here from Point Pleasant, New Jersey. It's quite a distance, about 325 miles.
Why all of this passion for Donald Trump?
Well, two things. These rallies, this is the greatest show on earth, the Trump rally. I mean, Donald Trump is our first rock star superhero president. I mean, he's like the real life Tony Stark. They should call him President Iron Man. There's nothing like a Trump rally. I mean, it's amazingly entertaining. But number two, as a friend of mine who was in an agency in the government that I shouldn't talk about once said to me, he said, you know, we got to remember, this country's in trouble. So we have to remember.
How much for Jasmine to laugh at me balding and show her pinched fingers giving me SPH on scene?
50 PayPal buck. Thanks for the donation, Winky.
1991, we woke up and the Soviet Union ceased to exist. He said it was just gone. He goes, they just folded. He goes, at the agency, we didn't even see this coming. And he goes, boom. He goes, don't think this great nation can't
So, thanks for the membership, dude. Appreciate it.
disappear in the blink of an eye with the wrong people in charge. And he goes, my God, we got the wrong people in charge right now.
Who are the wrong people in your estimation right now?
Well, let's face it. Joe Biden has got the IQ of a sack of carrots, and Kamala Harris is like just a stupid like frat girl. They're both
Thanks for the gifted membership, dude.
idiots. They are sock puppets. It's the goose that lays the golden egg. It's absolute corruption. That's why Donald Trump is so hated. He came to Washington, D.C.
Because he's not corrupt?
Well, yeah, he came to Washington, D.C. when he was...
Dodo, $92. Why don't you stay at Gigliardo's hut in the bayou in Louisiana for vacation? He won't even charge you, and you guys can pick the mosquitoes out of each other's hair. Just doesn't make sense for a Python script that employs machine learning to be sentient. Dumb. Yeah, again, either you're gonna have to have a Metal Gear situation or simulation of actual neurons might trigger sentience, but I don't know. It doesn't really make sense otherwise. Yeah, and I guess I can pay Gig a visit. I can always stay in his swamp. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Was first elected president. I don't know what's in his mind. I don't think he expected it. What the fact is, they say we should revere that. They say we should revere that Capitol building. I don't. What that Capitol building is in D.C., it's the largest brothel in the world. With few exceptions, most of the representatives in there are whores, and they're whoring themselves out to communist China. They're out for their own profit, for their own money. They have no concern for America. It's personal wealth and power.
Could you also say that they're whoring themselves out to corporations and all the lobbyists?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. They should. Donald Trump came to town and couldn't believe it and saw them on their knees, whoring themselves out. And he started figuratively slapping them in the faces, telling them, get on your feet and act like Americans, for God's sake. And that's why they wanted to destroy him.
So on that issue, I mean, some Democrats and some Republicans would agree. There's too much money in politics. There's too much corporate power. There's too much for the big corporations, the wealthy.
Yeah, to quote a...
Yeah, and Trump made them just bigger and more wealthier by giving them tax cuts.
Yeah, to quote a famous Democrat, when there were still good Democrats, Harry S. Truman, didn't he say, anybody who gets rich in politics is a crook? You know, I mean, how are these people like Nancy Pelosi and others? How are these people in Congress who are earning a salary of less than $200,000 a year acquiring tens, hundreds of millions, multiple homes? I mean, there's something really rotten going on here, and that's what I think is maybe President Trump's greatest achievement, and I think he didn't expect it. He did a lot of great things. All I can say is the big picture.
This guy is delusional.
If by the first superhero precedent he means the first supervillain precedent, then yes.
Yeah, he might have misspoke. Hopefully he did. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo.
It would be cool to talk to you about Israel and the war in Gaza ever if you're down for that. I would like to see what you think about it.
Maybe next stream or something. I don't really want to chat about Israel-Palestine right now. Thanks for that donation, though, Sal. And would I like to see a excellent Zercher squat? Yeah, sure. Why not?
Now with this new incentive to gain levels, the AI gradually starts winning battles, catching Pokemon, and leveling them up. Eventually, its Pokemon reach a high enough level that they start to evolve. It actually tends to cancel the evolutions at first, before finally deciding that it's beneficial. It does, however, seem to get stuck when a Pokemon battles long enough for its default move to be depleted. Despite this, after many more training iterations, by version 45, there's substantial improvement. At this point, we now see a Pidgeotto being evolved for the first time, and it's also finally figured out what to do when a move becomes depleted, and is able to switch to an alternative one. This will turn out to be super important for something that happens later on. At version 60, the AI...
Thoughts on Israel v Palestine?
Yes. I think the answer is yes. Thanks for the donation, Oinky. Dutch, you donate $2 base take or nah? Let me see.
Yes, hello. Here's a list of things that will not make a woman act right. Good dick. Paying all her bills. Being tall or strong. Supporting her dreams. Did I mention paying her bills won't make her act right? Or now here's a list of things that will make a woman act right. When she decides to grow the fuck up and realize what she has. That's when. Thank you.
A lot of these, so that is a base take. You'll see a lot of these, like, red pillars and shit. Like Selna Kim, Hamza, Fresh and Fit. They'll say, oh, you've got to get, like, lots of money, you got to be as good looking as possible. Then women will, like, treat you right and recognize you, like, for, you know, who you are and be respectful. No. Like, there are just extremely unreasonable fucking people who are entitled, and no matter how good looking you are, no matter how much money you have, no matter how supportive or loving you are, they'll treat you like shit. It's stupid. So, partner choice is what really matters. If you have a good partner, they're not going to care if you're as good looking as possible, if you gain a little bit of weight, if your finances are kind of crappy or not as good as they could be. They're just going to like you for who you are. So yeah, that is a base take, I'd say. Thanks for the donation though, Dutchy.
It starts entering Viridian Forest and begins its first trainer battles. By this point, it actually has enough experience that it succeeds on its very first encounter. After this, it slowly starts figuring out how to navigate the forest. Finally, at version 65, it's found out how to get through the forest and makes its way up to Pewter City.
I think the main problem with men and specifically incel men is they want women who are out of their league. So they play the waiting game without getting with anyone in meantime. Men want 8s, 9s, 10s. Then they complain but won't date a fat chick or Indian etc.
A lot of incels are extremely shallow, and yeah, they've probably missed a number of relationship opportunities just because a girl is maybe like overweight or doesn't look perfect or something. So I could believe that. I've even seen like this massively overweight incel dude.
The trust in the media is dying.
Let me take a look at that dodo. Thanks for the donation, man. So I saw that this one morbidly obese incel who was asked, why don't you date like fat chicks if you want a girlfriend so bad? And then he literally just straight up said, I'm not into fat chicks. And this guy is morbidly obese himself. So I could believe it. Thanks for the donation, Stone Dandy.
In the American press has reached an all-time low, according to a new poll by Gallup. It shows that the
Gee, I wonder why. I wonder if it has anything to do with all the misinformation about Israel-Palestine.
majority of Americans are very distrustful toward the media and any of the claims made by the press. In fact, only 32% of the respondents in this poll, in this Gallup survey, indicated that they trust the mainstream media a great deal or a fair amount. And that ties Gallup's lowest historical reading previously recorded in 2016. So another 29% of US adults have not very much trust, while a record high 39% register none at all. This nearly 4 in 10 Americans who completely lack confidence in the media is the highest.
That's not unreasonable. You should have no confidence in the media. Just look at the Israel-Palestine conflict. The amount of misinformation is rampant. So yeah, you can't have any trust in the media at this point. They're all partisan hacks. They use fucking AI to write articles. They post just absolute bullshit misinformation. So yeah, it is true. You should distrust the mainstream media.
But something still wasn't right. Despite making a lot of progress, the AI is charging straight into battles, even ones it's not able to win. To make things worse, it never visits a Pokemon Center to heal, which means that when it loses, it's taken all the way back to the very beginning of the game. We can try to fix this by subtracting reward when it loses a battle, but this doesn't work quite like we would hope. Instead of avoiding difficult battles, when it's about to lose, the AI simply refuses to press the button to continue, stalling indefinitely. This technically satisfies the objective, but isn't what we intended. While studying the effects of this, however, we noticed that on very rare occasions, there's something else subtracting a huge amount of reward. Just once per training run, there's consistently a single game where a reward 10 times larger than anything we intended is deducted. Replaying the moment just before this happens, we see the AI walking into a Pokemon Center and wandering up to a computer in the corner. After logging in and aimlessly pressing buttons for a while, it deposits a Pokemon into the system and immediately a huge amount of reward is lost. This is because reward is assigned as the sum of the Pokemon's levels, so depositing a level 13 Pokemon is losing 13 levels instantly. This sends such a strong negative signal that it actually causes something like a traumatic experience for the AI. It doesn't have emotion.
Perfect Cellular phone donated $2. Let me see.
Where's everybody else?
Oh, I've seen this.
Carl?
Yeah, I've seen Sling Blade. It was a good movie. Thanks for the donation, Perfect Cellular phone.
Emotions like a human does, but a single event with an extreme reward value can still leave a lasting impact on its behavior. In this case, losing its Pokemon only one time is enough to form a negative association with the whole Pokemon Center, and the AI will avoid it entirely in all future games. The root cause is that we never accounted for the unexpected scenario where the total levels can decrease. To address this, we'll modify the reward function so that it only gives any reward when the levels increase. This seems to fix the issue. After restarting the training, the AI starts making visits to the Pokemon Center. Finally, we see it starting to challenge Brock in the Pewter Gym. This battle is much harder than the other ones and poses a significant challenge because the AI's previous experience is now working against it. Up to this point, it's had great success using just the primary moves and has learned to rely on them exclusively. Now, it needs to use something else. This issue might seem trivial, but even humans struggle with the same fundamental problem. Our experience and biases help us make decisions and solve problems more quickly, but they also limit our thinking and hamper our ability to approach a problem from a new angle. To make matters even worse, if the AI loses the battle too many times, it will actually learn to avoid it altogether. But after carefully tuning our reward,
Do you think you could convince Destiny to let you make a BBC cream pie porn video with Melina? Give him the Adam 22 special.
We figure out like the basic steps, and I would figure out like how to do everything.
All right, let's find out.
No.
Find out.
No, we gotta find out.
Uh-oh.
No. Okay.
Mel time.
Why did I say this?
Mel time. It's mel time.
Oh, she got the form. Okay, so we're just doing salsa. We're just going.
Yep.
This was such a meme. Yeah. I don't think he was probably pissed off or anything. Yeah. His wife just isn't my type, though. So, I think I'd probably pass. But thanks for that donation, BBC Burgess.
Rewards and countless failed attempts, the AI finally has a stroke of luck. In one of the games, we see it starting the gym battle with just one usable Pokemon that has only a fraction of its hit points and available moves. Normally, this would be a pretty terrible strategy. It doesn't know that a water-type move will be super effective against the rock Pokemon. But because Tackle is fully depleted, it sees it needs to use an alternative move and switches to Bubble instead. And finally, after over 300 days of simulated playtime and 100 iterations of learning, the AI defeats Brock for the first time. This accidental breakthrough helps it learn to choose Bubble as its default move, and in future games it wins this battle more consistently. This honestly exceeds my expectations of what I thought would be possible when I started this project. It did take a huge number of experiments to get here, but I still felt amazed each time I checked in on a training run and discovered that the AI had reached a new area. I would go as far as to say it was a very rewarding experience. So this seems like a reasonable stopping point, but just out of curiosity, let's see how far the AI will go if we let it continue. After the gym battle, it starts encountering trainers in Route 3.
I think that's enough of that for now, anyway. Eat your way to high testosterone. Foods that fuel your masculine drive. So here's a bit of a secret. There is no particular foods that will boost your testosterone. There just aren't. There are certain patterns of eating that might be more beneficial for your testosterone. So, in all likelihood, avoiding processed food that may cause you to gain weight. So, any eating pattern that will cause you to gain weight is probably going to lower your testosterone. Eating patterns that are low in fiber will probably lower your testosterone. Eating patterns that are low in carbohydrate will lower your testosterone. Eating patterns that are too high or too low in fat will lower your testosterone. And eating patterns that are going to leave you deficient in certain nutrients, probably going to also lower your testosterone. But there's no particular foods that will boost your testosterone.
A few months ago, and I've just increased how many eggs I eat per day. I usually have about 4, but I'm trying right now to increase it to 10. And the effect that it's had on my testosterone, I'm trying to sleep and it's the middle of the night. It literally feels like I'm a teenager again because
Oh my god. Eggs do not boost your testosterone. They don't. They just don't. So he's full of shit.
I am rock hard. Okay, it's probably just a placebo. Whatever. Same thing happens the next day. Same thing happens the next day. Interestingly, the next day I don't have 10.
Yeah, Hamza, hate to break it to you, but it's kind of normal to wake up in the middle of the night with a boner. That's not unusual. So what is he talking about, man?
10 eggs anymore. I have back to 4 and the effect goes away. Then I have 10 again the next day and the effect comes right back again.
Yeah, he's making this shit up. He's just a liar. So eggs do not boost your testosterone. You're not going to see like these massive changes in like libido and shit just because you eat eggs. That's just stupid.
I realize as I'm there tossing and turning, trying to sleep, like, you know, not wanting to reset my nofap streak, that the foods that we eat can have such a big difference. And the only difference is like the equivalent of 6 eggs. There's foods that you can eat.
Yeah, no.
Which are affordable.
He's lying.
Easy to cook. That will have such a big impact to the point that you feel like a teenager who can't even sleep because he's got like such a hard erection, which is like such an awesome feeling. And never mind the impact that it's going to have on your confidence, lowering anxiety, making hard work feel good, more competitiveness, more muscle gain, less soreness, less body.
Like, this is just fucking bizarre. Like, what he's talking about, like waking up in the middle of the night horny, that's just normal. That's not a teenager thing. That's just fucking normal.
Fat, more masculinity. The first food that I want to tell you about is specifically ribeye steaks. So you've probably heard.
Yeah, no. They don't boost your testosterone.
Before, testosterone manly food is like steak, fine. But there's so many different cuts of steaks, or like types of steak. There's rump and sirloin and ribeye, and there's so many different cuts, right? This cuts just mean like which part of the animal it's from. I did not know how many extra calories are in ribeye steak compared to everything else. So I've, you know, tracked my calories on MyFitnessPal. Rump steak has got like 300, 250 calories. This one's got like 300, 200. A ribeye steak has more like 800. When my friend said that to me, that when I asked him like about how many it would have, I was like, no, it won't. I've seen steaks before. It's like there's 200, 300 calories in one. A ribeye steak has literally like 5 times more fat than some of the other ones. So like one that I have in a restaurant here in Bali every day is 800 calories, 60 grams of fat. That is super, super good.
So that will not boost your testosterone. And in fact, if you eat a very high fat diet and all your meals are very high in fat, it can actually keep your testosterone a bit lower. You can look at postprandial changes in serum testosterone after eating. And fat seems to have the biggest effect on testosterone postprandially. And it'll lower your testosterone more than carbohydrate and more than protein. If you keep your fat intake super high and you eat frequently throughout the day, it can keep your testosterone suppressed if you have a very high fat diet. So no, just eating fat will not boost your testosterone, especially if you're talking postprandially. No, fat more than any other macronutrient seems to lower your testosterone after a meal. Ribeye steak. Sure, grass-fed. So 112 gram serving is 300 calories. Like you'd need 3 servings to reach the like 800 mark he's talking about. Let me see. Walmart ribeye steak? Same thing. So what does he mean? Like, it depends on the portion size, but I don't see a big difference between ribeye steak and some other form of steak.
For testosterone. The reason why, I don't know the full science explanation, but basically, when we have more fat in our diet, that really helps us to boost our testosterone. Never mind also that red meat itself, like meat from like cows.
Whenever I would be asked how to increase testosterone, I always reference this article by Examine.com, which has peer-reviewed scientific research articles cited in their articles.
Yeah, they don't even mention certain foods. There is no particular food that's going to boost your testosterone. It's more eating patterns. Thanks for that donation, though, Bend Over.
Seems to also.
So you do need fat in your diet for hormone production, but saturated fat is bad for you. You should avoid it as much as you can. No more than 10% of food calories should come from saturated fat. Lower is better. So you don't need to get your saturated fat or any fat source from a murdered cow. If you're trying to look to add fat to your diet, like eat nuts, seeds, avocados. You can add vegetable oils in, like olive oil. A lot of different options.
Will have some kind of testosterone boost in itself as well. So if you have a ribeye steak a few times a week, or preferably maybe daily, that can really increase your testosterone. I'm having 2 of.
Yeah, right. So a food that is classified as a cancer-causing carcinogen that is also associated with heart disease and shorter life expectancy. You should eat it every day. Brilliant. Good idea.
Of these per day now, which means that I'm having 1.6 thousand calories in steak alone. Never mind also the extra butter that we put onto there as well. A quick tip.
Yeah, that is just heart disease inducing.
I didn't write this down for one of the foods I was going to tell you about, but in this meal that I have, the ribeye steak in this restaurant, I also put on bone marrow as well. So inside of the restaurant, they have like bone marrow. So imagine a big bone like this, and it's kind of like almost like this fatty texture in the middle of the bone that you scrape off, and I scrape it and put it onto the steak as if it's like butter itself. And they put like a bit of like mature cheese or crispy cheese over it as well. Absolutely delicious. It's like 1.8 thousand calories for this meal, and it's just fat and protein.
Yeah, so that's just going to give you heart disease. That's not going to help boost your testosterone. And again, that is so much fat daily. I would wonder if that's actually reducing his testosterone.
Pure testosterone building food. By the way, bro, you're consuming all of these education.
In the snitch debate, she asked if you were in favor of murdering predators. My definition of murder implies that it's an unjustified killing. So if the killing is justified, that wouldn't be murder, right? Culling is different from murder?
Yeah, you could look at it that way. You can use whatever euphemisms you want. What matters is that whether you call it murder or whether or not you kill it a killing or a justified killing, what matters is that you're doing it in the interest of protecting a greater amount of rights. So, whatever way you look at it, it's still being done in the interest of protecting a greater range of rights. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
Videos, which is awesome. But let's be more serious. There is a war. The second thing you can eat, like I mentioned before, is eggs. So I heard once.
Eggs do not boost your testosterone.
From a study, I can't find it, bro. You search it if you want to, or just take my word for it.
Yeah, so you lie deliberately on camera and make shit up, so can't take your word for it.
That having about 4 eggs a day will maximize the cholesterol that you needed to like essentially hit your testosterone goals. Basically,
there is no association between serum cholesterol, dietary cholesterol, and available serum androgens. So, no, stupid. Just idiotic claim. There's no association between the cholesterol in your serum, the cholesterol in your diet, and the actual available androgens that are in your serum. So testosterone. No association whatsoever.
Eat 4 eggs every single day for the rest of your life. I've done that for a long time, and I've always felt like relatively good.
Yeah, the sources trust me, bro.
Energetic, whatever. I feel a significant difference when I have 10 eggs instead. I don't know if it's just a placebo. It probably is, but
He's just lying. He eats whatever the fuck he wants every day.
specifically when I have 10 eggs, not 6, not 8, but 10, I have the biggest, most notable difference in like symptoms of testosterone that I've had with any other food. So for me, sometimes...
Bro, here I am, sitting here as an absolute fucking Greek god Adonis, jacked as fuck, sidewalk cracking motherfucker, and I'm eating tofu every fucking day. Can anyone come close to this? Is there anyone else who can come fucking close to this? And this fucking jackass is talking about eating fucking eggs and butter and steak and shit. Oh yeah, testosterone, bro. I need it for muscles. You're half my fucking size. You're a fucking weakling. You're built like a fucking daffodil.
If I'm really thinking about testosterone and stuff, I'll focus on getting 10 eggs in a day. Scrambled, fried, whatever you want is absolutely fine. Just get the 10 eggs, or at least get 4 per day. So you can say this to your parents right now, especially with eggs. They're cheap around the world. Tell your parents if they can just make you like 4 eggs per day, or you cook for yourself. Just 4. It's like, it's very easy to make eggs. That's why I really like them, because the scrambled eggs, literally, like, you can make it as a brain dead guy. Literally just get the pan, put it on the stove, put the heat up, put butter on there, crack 4 eggs. It doesn't even have to be nice. You know, a lot of the times if I'm cooking it myself, like the eggshell will fall in, whatever. Just scrape it out. It doesn't matter. And literally just like move it all around till it looks like a good texture that you think would be tasty. That's it. Literally 3-4 minutes and it's done. It's like literally brain dead friendly, and you've got a meal which is going to increase your
Yeah. Ask your mom to make the food for you. Either this guy knows his audience. He knows most of his audience is like literally young teens, so like 13, 14, 15. So their mommy does, in fact, make their meals for them. Or he hasn't grown up himself and he just figures, oh, doesn't everybody's mom cook for them? Like, it's a weird thing to fucking say. Tell your mom to make you scramby eggs in the morning.
Testosterone. Again, I don't know the real sciencey things, but I know that so many people online say there's like good cholesterol, bad cholesterol. I personally don't really believe in any of that. I believe that these foods are super, super healthy. I believe that
I don't care what the fuck you believe. I care what the evidence says, and the evidence clearly indicates that you're a fucking moron. Again, elevated serum cholesterol is the #1 risk factor for heart disease. So, yeah, you can feel like you're this high testosterone fucking dipshit, even though you're weaker than a fucking vegan and you're half my fucking size. I'm over here eating tofu every day. You're eating garbage fucking red meat all the time, and you can't fucking compete with me. And you're just giving yourself fucking heart disease. Like, there's a reason why the first target of treatment for heart disease is always cholesterol. It's because cholesterol is the #1 fucking risk factor. You can say, oh, I don't believe any of that. Well, show us the evidence. Oh, no, you can't. It's just trust me, bro. That's your evidence.
these are the foods that we should be eating. So I don't worry at all about anything that like some fat doctor tells me about, like LDL cholesterol, good cholesterol, heart attack, whatever. I don't believe any of it. I believe man was supposed to eat meat. He was supposed to eat eggs.
That is a normative claim, not a descriptive claim. So whether you believe there's some sort of weird ethical value in eating meat and eggs for some reason, that has nothing to do with the descriptive claim of whether or not these foods cause heart disease. So you can feel as though you have some sort of moral duty to eat those foods. It doesn't make them good for you. What a fucking clown.
Supposed to eat these things, so I have no fear at all that this is like bad for my health. Maybe you disagree. Maybe there's some vegan, or maybe there's some like science guy who's gonna say,
yeah, maybe there's some like vegan science guy that's twice your fucking size, that's more fucking jacked, that can outlift you, that's smarter than you, taller than you, better looking than you, and doesn't make more money than you, unfortunately, but hopefully that'll change one day. But who will fucking disagree with you?
well, actually, there's I don't care. This is what works for me. The third kind of food.
So, yeah, this type of attitude. Oh, I don't care. Right. I don't care about research. I don't care about evidence, but apparently this guy.
Is wearing sunscreen every day the best anti-aging remedy? Also, if Adesanya and Usman got into a fight, who'd win?
So if you are in the sun a lot, I don't know if I'd call sunscreen anti-aging. It just prevents skin damage. Your skin will age. You could argue it'll age faster with sunscreen, but it just prevents skin damage. So yeah, you should wear sunscreen, especially if you're going to go outside in the sun a lot and you have lighter skin. Adesanya versus Usman. Who the fuck is Usman? I'm just not familiar with all the names. I think Usman would win. I remember who he is now. Adesanya has had a really, really devastating loss recently, and usually when you see guys get fucked up that badly, they don't really ever recover from it, so I'd give it to Usman. I think Adesanya is probably gonna go downhill at this point. Probably. Thanks for the donation, though, Jerry.
That you can.
So, like, notice this guy's attitude. Oh, I don't care, whatever. I don't care about research. Get it away from me. This guy is trying to claim that, oh, I have, like, scientific evidence supporting, this claim that these foods boost your testosterone. Then when you show him science that opposes that view, I don't care. And then he makes these like weird normative claims. We were supposed to eat these foods. Like, this has nothing to do with science or evidence or anything. He just feels a certain way about these foods. So, like, it's incredibly irresponsible for him to make these sorts of videos acting as if there's some sort of evidence behind any of this when there isn't. It's just how he feels.
Shout out to South Africa for winning the Rugby World Cup.
Sure. I don't care about rugby, but thanks for the donation, the Batman.
You can eat for testosterone is nuts. Now, in the book, The 4-Hour Body by Tim Ferriss, he mentions that he was able to
Nuts will not boost your testosterone. There's no particular food that will boost your testosterone.
triple his testosterone with a very simple protocol where he was basically just having 3 Brazil nuts in the morning, 3 Brazil nuts at nighttime, and
he tripled his testosterone by eating Brazil nuts. Okay.
20 almonds specifically before he was going to have sex.
Where does he come up with these claims?
There's a bit of research in this. The fat in these foods itself is going to have like a nice impact on your testosterone. But it seems to me that there's key things.
You need a certain amount of fat in your diet. But again, like the claim that fat, just the more you eat, the higher testosterone. That's not how that works.
Inside of the almonds and the Brazil nuts especially, I forgot what it's called, selenium or something. That basically is like...
Selenium.
It's kind of like these minerals and nutrients that will actually help your body to produce more testosterone as it is. So again, I don't know the sciencey stuff, but literally if you just want the brain dead protocol, have a handful of nuts every day, specifically Brazil nuts and almonds. In this book, he mentioned that he did this a few hours before having sex and that had the biggest increase for him. So if you are planning to, for example, make love with a woman, or if you're planning to, if you want to go and hit a big workout and you want to hit a PR, you might want to have these almonds like 3 hours before the workout, because apparently that's going to have an extra boost for you.
No, you can look at the postprandial effects of testosterone, of food on testosterone. Higher fat foods drop your testosterone more. Protein drops it a little bit, carbohydrate drops it a bit more, and fat drops it a bit more. So when you're talking about the postprandial, after you eat, how that affects your testosterone, fatty foods are going to drop your testosterone more than if you are to eat a high protein food or a high carbohydrate food.
In the same book, just so we take this seriously, the same author, which I believe was like 10 years ago, he talked about the issue of having your phone in your pockets and why that kills sperm cells.
This is impossible for your phone to kill sperm cells. So heat does not explain it because your pocket isn't right next to your testicles. Your phone isn't anywhere close enough to actually emit enough heat from the battery to warm up your testicles. So that's not true. If you're talking about the radiation from the cell phone, so like a 5G signal, it's impossible for it to affect your testicles in any way, either sperm production or testosterone production. The reason for that is, one, it's non-ionizing radiation, so it doesn't break down protein bonds. And two, these cellular devices are regulated. They cannot produce enough energy to raise the temperature of water. So they can't cause any damage to these cellular structures due to heat. It is impossible for these things to affect either any of the testosterone-producing cells in your testicles or your sperm. It can't happen. So you're making shit up.
That was 10 years ago. Only
I was having such a shitty day, pun intended, but this cheered me right up.
Hi, I'm Dr. Vincent Ho. I'm a gastroenterologist and a senior university lecturer. I'm also the gut doctor. Diarrhea at some point in their life. But when it persists longer than 4 weeks, then the diarrhea becomes chronic diarrhea. It's thought that
what the fuck are these animations?
This can lead to scarring of the pancreas, leading to a condition called chronic pancreatitis.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, microwave poop.
Recently, scientists have now been proving that to be correct. So this guy, this entrepreneur, this author,
No.
Tim Ferriss, he's been
There is no research showing that cell phones lower testosterone.
spot on with things that he said a decade ago, which only now scientists are coming up with. So when he says something like, oh yeah, eat 20 almonds before you...
So I don't understand. He both supports and doesn't support science. So, I don't know. I don't understand anything about the sciencey stuff. I don't care. I don't care about any research. This is just how I feel about something. Oh, the science shows that cell phones are harmful. Trust me. Like, there's so many science and research papers coming out now. Notice the double standards here.
You have sex. It's like, I'm actually going to listen to that because I remember reading his book years ago where he mentioned that having your phone in your pocket would decrease your sperm count and basically make you infertile. And I didn't really...
Oh my god. It doesn't. It doesn't do that. I'm sorry you were born black rich. Donated $2. Let me take a look. Oh my god. Whoa. It's a turtle cat. Oh my god. That's amazing.
Yo, thoughts on Fury versus Ngannou? I'm sure you already heard about it.
Yeah, I heard about it. I didn't see the fight though, so I'm not sure if Ngannou got robbed and he should have won because I haven't seen the fight. But thanks for that donation, Fars.
And by the way, you in the middle, what's your name?
My name is Mariko.
What's your real name?
Joselito.
You know what?
Boom, boom.
Sir David,
Yes.
aside from Joselito, Mamma Mia, what's your real name?
Romeo.
I'm
Conrado.
And by
That's pretty fucking funny.
This Knickers, a Holstein Friesian steer, is a bovine behemoth that stands out from the herd. At 194 centimetres, he's as tall as basketball star Michael Jordan. He weighs 1.4 tonnes, which has its advantages. He's too
This doesn't even look real, dude.
heavy for the abattoir, so he'll live out his days in the paddock.
That's a really beautiful cow. Hope it doesn't have health issues. But that doesn't even look real. Is that fucking real? That's crazy. The size of this cow. Apparently this one cow weighs 1,400 kilograms. That's insane. Thanks for that donation. I'm sorry you were born black, Rich.
Really take it seriously, and that's exactly what's happening now. I was like clinically infertile when I got my first ever sperm test. Like you might want to go get a sperm test as well. Many men are infertile.
No, most men in their 20s are not fucking infertile from fucking cell phones. Where did he get this idea? Just the load of bullshit that comes out of this guy's mouth is insane.
Without knowing, and my numbers were so low. The only change I made was I stopped keeping my phone in my pocket because I remembered what this author said, and my sperm actually tripled. And
Where's the evidence? Show us. Okay, show us the paper that you got with your sperm count before you stop putting your cell phone in your pocket. Then show us the test results after. You're lying. You are fucking lying. There's not a single paper on the fucking planet that has shown a cell phone can reduce your sperm count by a fucking third. This guy is full of shit.
it was like absolutely fine now. Sophie said a while ago, yep, almonds and Brazil nuts. Bro, I'm eating almonds and Brazil nuts all day now. I've talked to you about some things you can eat, but actually what's more important is things you should not consume. And the first one is tap water. So in many countries around the world, like people actually drink the tap water like for their normal source of water. What you don't
tap water is not reducing your sperm or your testosterone.
Realize is there is a chemical inside of the tap water that decreases testosterone and causes a lot of hormonal problems in both men and women. The chemical comes from the birth control pill. So you know how many women will
So the active compounds in birth control pills that cause or prevent ovulation are estrogen and progesterone. Estrogen and progesterone are excreted by both men and women. When you piss, you excrete estrogen. When you shit, you excrete estrogen, and women will also excrete progesterone. So if this guy doesn't understand how hormones work, so the hormones you produce, they do exit your body through pissing and shitting. A lot of people don't know that, but they do get excreted through your body through pissing and shitting. So if this guy thinks women are like taking birth control pills and they're either dumping them down the toilet or they're excreting some of the hormones, that happens normally. If you take birth control pills and you excrete estrogen, that happens normally, you fucking moron. He probably didn't know that. So if he's going to claim birth control pills are infecting the water supply somehow, then he would also have to believe that both men and women are infecting the water supply with estrogen because you excrete, both men and women excrete estrogen through their bowels or through their urine. So why isn't that contaminating the water supply? Why didn't he mention this? He didn't mention it because he didn't know it. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. On top of that, these compounds don't last forever. They're not eternally persistent. So even if, like, I don't know, every fucking woman on the planet is trying to sperm jack dudes, lie that they're on birth control pills, and they're like directly dumping their birth control pills down the toilet, though these molecules break down. So the idea that this like estrogen is building up because women are on birth control, it is so fucking ridiculous. The amount of estrogen that is going to get into the water system from pissing and shitting is going to be so much higher than the contribution of estrogen into the water system from birth control. It's incomparable. What an ignorant fucking jackass. KP donated $2. Wasn't the judge a bit biased on this trial? Clearly, white conservative man looking out for his own. Let me see.
Kyle Rittenhouse is set to go on trial next.
No. The judge was not biased at all. The judge was just not stupid.
Loaded word. And I think alleged victim is a cousin to it. Let the evidence show what the evidence shows, and if the evidence shows that any or more than one of these people were engaging in arson.
Yeah, it's so Kyle was defending himself, so Kyle would arguably be the victim here, and the people he shot would be the perpetrators. So that's the argument from the defense's position. And from the prosecution's position, the people that Kyle Rittenhouse shot were the victims, and he was the perpetrator. So that the jury isn't biased in either direction, it makes sense that the judge would say the evidence will show what it shows, but don't apply words like victim or perpetrator when you're talking about Kyle or the people he shot. That makes perfect logical sense. I don't see how that's in any way biased against either party. Thanks for the donation, though, KP.
Woo 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 nut in my coochie. Woo 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 slap on my booty. Woo 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 hole in my stomach. Woo 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 got a bitch running.
Well, that is fantastic. Thanks for the donation, Sexy Red.
Take the birth control pill every single day, and that basically stops them from being able to get pregnant. More plates, more dates. Derek, he basically said that the birth control pill was almost like chemical castration for women. Parts of that stays.
What? The birth control pill is not like chemical castration for women. It only prevents ovulation. That's all it does. What are you talking about? How the fuck is that comparable to chemical castration?
Is inside the water that we drink if it's tap water. It's not filtered out. This is, in my opinion, one of the biggest crises that no one is talking about. It's not filtered out in any.
No one's talking about it because it's not a real thing. It's something stupid you heard on a forum somewhere.
Country. So what you need is either just drink from like glass bottles. So for example, I'm in Bali right now and I move around and stuff. So I'm.
Where does he think filtered water comes from? It comes from the fucking tap.
Always drinking from just like glass bottles, not plastic, because plastic's also unhealthy as well. But when you have your own base, let's say you live at home right now, you can look into buying what's called a reverse osmosis water filter. You can have that put into your sink. It might cost like a few $100s to get this, so it's.
I don't know why this guy thinks normal water treatment wouldn't get rid of hormones in the water system. Like they add things like chlorine to it.
You missed the next 10 seconds of it. He said the prosecutions can't call the victims. But if the defense wants to call them looters, rioters, and arsonists, then that's okay.
Well, that's what they were. They're on camera doing it. So, yeah. It doesn't matter. But they literally were on camera doing it. So they can call them that. Because that's what the literal video evidence shows. But what is unreasonable is to call, Kyle Rittenhouse a perpetrator, the people he shot victims, because again, that's what's supposed to be sussed out during the trial, and the jury is supposed to make the decision on that. If the prosecution is already calling them victims, then that assumes Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty, and it causes the jurors to be biased. But again, all of these people were rioters, they were looters, they were arsonists, they were setting things on fire. So yeah, thanks for the donation though, KP.
Something you and your whole family can save up for. And when I got it into mine, basically, it kind of looks like a big gaming desktop PC. Like it's like this. It's kind of like this big, for example. You put it in underneath your sink, drill like a hole in.
Yeah, so you're not filtering out hormones by getting a reverse osmosis filter. There aren't any hormones in the fucking water supply.
your sink, and like you basically have another tap, and that will be clean filtered water that won't decrease your testosterone, that won't harm the women in your life or anything like this. Because
here we go.
And the other thing you can avoid is soy and flaxseed. So you've probably heard online, the concept of like,
I eat soy literally every single day. I eat tofu every single day. So tell me, who looks more jacked and more masculine and filled with testosterone? Me or this fucking pipsqueak?
soy boy and insults and everything, and everyone's debating, is soy bad for you, is it not, is flaxseed or something. Again, all the scientists, little nerds, can disagree and agree and show papers.
Yeah, scientist nerds
And stuff. The way I see it is, if there is a food like that has such a level of evidence that shows that it actually decreases your testosterone, it increases your estrogen.
There is no evidence showing that soy increases estrogen and lowers testosterone,
the female sex hormone, then I don't like soy enough to think that, yeah, I'm going to fight for it and keep it in my diet. If a lot of research is showing that it is estrogenic, and
there's no research showing that it's estrogenic,
does decrease testosterone, I just will never have it again. I don't care. I barely was having soy before this, like, ever anyway. So soy and flaxseed, from the book Estrogeneration, soy and flaxseed have
not evidence, just some stupid biased book that he found,
by far the highest estrogenic compound. What this means is basically,
no, it's not. Soy is not estrogenic.
They increase your female sex hormone the most.
No, they don't.
So if you just don't.
Oh, is that why my chest is so much bigger? Oh, no, wait, that's muscle. No, my muscles are bigger than yours.
Have soy and flaxseed, you should be fine. They have, like, by far, literally, like, I think it was 100 times more estrogen.
Like, he keeps talking about science, won't reference the scientific evidence, and he acknowledges that there's scientific arguments against what he's claiming, and then he says, I don't care about the science, I'm not interested in science. Just nothing, like, no consistent positions from this guy.
Effect than, like, the next food over. So the next one was, like, sesame seed, but that was, like, actually a fairly, like, normal, healthy level. For reference, my girl specifically has flaxseed because she believes it makes her titties bigger. So
what the fuck is this? Like, you can't make this horse shit up. Has your girlfriend's boobs gotten bigger since she's been eating flax seeds? I don't fucking think so.
You know this. Women eat soy and flaxseed on purpose to get bigger titties. And
no, they
some
don't.
Guys eating it saying no.
So it's literally impossible for soy to make a woman's breasts bigger. If anything, it prevents them from getting bigger. The phytoestrogen in soy, like genistein, it bonds to the beta receptor in breast tissue, turning off cell growth and proliferation. That's why soy is so potent against cancer, because it bonds to the beta receptor in breast tissue. It prevents cell growth and proliferation. So if anything, soy would prevent a woman's breasts from getting bigger. And again, like this is supported with cancer research. Soy has a strong effect against estrogen receptor positive breast cancers for that reason. So, like, this is just so fucking stupid. The amount of, like, again, the amount of bullshit this guy makes up.
It doesn't decrease testosterone. Why would you risk it, bro? Why would you even risk it? That stuff, that food's not even that nice anyway. Just like, if you're in the restaurant, there's some flaxseed shit, tell them take it out. If you're like, if you see some, like, soy drink, like, you know, most protein bars are Coke, by the way. You know, most protein bars, the protein inside of them is literally soya. The protein inside of most protein bars is not protein.
Weird. So again, twice your fucking size. Let's see you fucking get on my level, bro.
Way. It's this shit. So I haven't had a protein bar in like a year. It's just unfortunate because sometimes they're delicious and they're nice to have on trips and stuff. It's from soy protein. Can't have shit, bro. So a lot of, like, vegan food has a lot of, like, soy and flaxseed and stuff.
Dodo $2. Can you start gaming around midnight, like in 25 minutes? Maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just avoid it. No problem. Go have your ribeye, go have your eggs. Even if you are, like, vegan or something, like pea protein will be absolutely fine for you. I'll give you one final tip before we go. It's not about the food that you can eat, but it's actually the clothes that you wear. you want to be wearing natural ingredients, which is basically like cotton. So when you buy clothes, you want to be looking at the label and you want it to say 100% cotton. You specifically don't want to wear the clothes which have got like plasticky feel. You know, like that sort of gym, sort of football shirt feel. A lot of gym clothes are made from what's called polyester, and that is actually estrogenic. So that when you warm.
Yeah, I don't think there's any association between wearing polyester clothing and lower testosterone in men. So again, just another bullshit claim. That was a stupid, stupid fucking video, but yeah, that's what you can expect from fucking Hamza. Let's see. Welcome to the new Steam VR.
I'm Brad, and I need to stop delaying this video. It's been a month. A lot of the systems that I've data mined in the past and was able to even activate with some string tweaks, that was like, yeah, we're going to stop letting you do that now, which sucks. That being said, it doesn't matter if I can't activate them. They're still in there. They're just like hidden behind a wall that we just can't break. So I do want to talk about the features that didn't actually make it in SteamVR 2.0, but more of this video is actually talking about the actual SteamVR 2.0 release, even though it's been very buggy for a good amount of people. But yeah, I want to talk about it because I think SteamVR 2.0 really shows what Valve is up to in terms of what they see VR and really XR as a platform, and kind of compare it to this sort of enigma and collaboration that you're going to see from the entire industry in general, because there's a huge focus here on something that some people might not understand until they get that hardware that makes them understand. So on the day that they brought the SteamVR 2.0 beta and shipped it to the mass public users, they said,
"It's only okay to interview pro-Palestinian supporters when it's with their press liaison SMH lol, shameful, good for me, not for thee."
Let me take a look.
It's not really, they try to show as a...
Yeah, we are.
We asked that nobody do interviews except for our press liaison.
No, I can interview whoever I like. But why did you say, why that?
We only want them to interview our press liaison.
No, I think I have freedom of speech. We can talk to any side. If he's okay with it, then I think, you don't think you have any right, right?
Well, I don't know about rights, I just am asking you not to.
We've already asked the pro-Israel side, we just want to ask the pro-Palestine side. Don't you think we want to hear from both sides?
I
just think, as someone whose grandparents have been affected by all of this, I have like every right to kind of voice.
We would ask to make sure that, like...
Well, I'm sorry, but there's no obligation for me if I can do it or not.
Lamau. Estrogen in the food. Estrogen in the water. Estrogen in your clothes. Is it also hiding under your bed, Hamza? Or maybe you are just a pussy bitch who needs to STFU or just start injecting test.
Yeah, really, the paranoia around these things just shows how insecure they are. Thanks for the donation, though, too. If somebody did this to me in a public area saying, "Oh, could you please not film here," or something, I'd tell them to go fuck themselves. I used to work as a photographer, and I do, you know, shit like just urban art photography. A few times I was commissioned to like do photos for models and shit. People tell me, "Oh, don't film me, make sure you don't film here," and I just tell them to go fuck themselves. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, well, I'm gonna call the police." Yeah, go fucking call them, I don't care, go fuck yourself. And then they just leave. Like, I don't know why the hell you'd give these people any respect. Just tell them to go fuck themselves.
It's just, we ask that people who are...
That's okay if you ask, but is it okay if we continue? Can I ask if we can continue?
We are instructed not to...
Well, that's fine, but you guys don't have any right with that. So is it okay if we please continue?
You can continue somewhere else.
Why is that?
Just tell them to go fuck themselves. Yeah, thanks for that donation, bend over.
In this release, we're bringing all of what's new and exciting on the Steam platform into VR. This is our first step in a larger ongoing effort to better unify the Steam ecosystem for all users, providing a more consistent experience across devices.
People are speculating that I've had a heart attack. Luckily this has been accounted for, as I don't have a heart to be attack. People are once again speculating that I've died, which is silly because I am the Russian conscious. I am immortal.
Well, thank you for clearing that up, Darth Putin. Appreciate the
If
donation.
you are questioning who to vote for, give a vote to Trump. Trump loves everyone regardless of your beliefs.
What's up?
He's a unifier and leader for all. Even people from China who made the Kung Flu. Can we watch?
Yeah, sure, why not? One truth I learned about women during my nice guy era. Thanks for that donation, China. Faggots for Trump.
Everybody, I'm Sona Kim back with another banger for you, and this is one that you guys have been requesting for a long time, but it is one thing that I learned during my nice guy era. And this is going to be a really good one because a lot of guys struggle with this stuff. In fact, 97% of guys in the world struggle with being too nice or getting ghosted and getting rejected. And this is something that I struggled with for a long time. So it's probably going to be honestly more than one thing. There's probably going to be some bonus things, but that's going to be super valuable. And so make sure you guys stay till the end of this video because I'm going to be telling you guys actually how to really fix this so you don't ever get ghosted or rejected or friend zoned. Especially nice guys get friend zoned all the time. But what are some symptoms that you're a nice guy? You're a nice guy. And these are something that I have found as I went through trial and error, learning from rejection after rejection when I was growing up. But the first one that I found is that you put the needs of others ahead of their own to win affection. There's a funny story that I have about this later in the video, so just wait for that.
So, the single most attractive trait that men can have when you look at speed dating studies is altruism. So, like, putting others' needs ahead of your own, it's not a bad thing that's going to make you seem less attractive. It's when you're a fucking weirdo simp and you, like, stumble over yourself constantly and inconvenience yourself at every fucking opportunity to get, like, a crumb of pussy. Like, that's unattractive.
Another one that I learned was this: becomes angry when their niceness is not reciprocated, right? I used to be nice all the time, giving stuff away.
Well, yeah, that you're not being nice, you're being manipulative.
Honestly, Hamza is probably conflating the extra energy he gets simply from additional calories with boosted testosterone. He probably was eating only 4 eggs for breakfast and increasing from 280 calories to 700. The doofus is like, holy shit, wow, such energy.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, he says he's eating, like, he did mention basically he's eating more. So, yeah, no shit. If you eat more, you're going to have more energy. Thanks for the donation, Blue. Yeah, so becomes angry when their niceness is not reciprocated. That's not being nice. Again, that's being manipulative. If you're being nice, you would just be nice. And then if somebody doesn't, like, I don't know, suck your cock or something, you wouldn't care. But you're clearly being manipulative, and that's a turnoff. That's why simps never get any fucking pussy.
Thinking that it was going to be reciprocated, but all it made me was just get walked all over by girls. Another one is assuming niceness entitles them to love and romance.
Again, simp shit.
I learned that from the movies, right? Hollywood. Oh, if you're just really nice, then you're just entitled to love and romance.
Yeah, women like nice guys. They don't like guys who act nice to get their fucking pussy. Two very different things.
Just automatically going to come to you. Well, that's just not the case, as you know. Feel threatened around alpha males, right? When I saw a girl that I really liked talking to a guy and she was laughing and slapping his arm, I got really, really jealous and really, really envious of this because I was like, I don't have this, obviously, right? That's what I learned later, but I was like, oh, he's just a jackass. This is what I tell myself in my head to make myself feel better about myself. Another one is feel intimidated around beautiful women, right? Feel very, very, I guess, a lot of anxiety when you're around a hot girl. Approach anxiety when your friends tell you to go up and talk to that hot girl. Another one is that you feel you need to give more to win the girl, right? You need to give her cute little presents and all that junk just to win the girl, when it's just not the case, right? So what is the purpose of this video, though? Is that I want to teach you why you're a nice guy and how to fix that. Obviously, right? Even if you're not, you still should watch because most guys struggle with some of these, right? Most of these things, a lot of guys get pretty good with women watching my content, but there's still more improvements that you can do, right? How to break those chains and prevent you from building natural attraction and winning a quality girl, because nice guy behavior will always just have a shackle around your neck and your arms, and someone apparently you're getting ghosted, you're really attracted to the meat of this video. But the causes, and this is probably where you're at currently right now, right? Like currently you're getting ghosted, you're getting rejected, had one girl, but they...
Low self-esteem or self-worth. I don't know. Out of the list of things that this guy mentioned, maybe some people do this because they have a low self-esteem in some aspects, like they think they're not good looking enough. But like the root problem here is that they're fucking assholes. Like if you're just pretending to be nice to get pussy, like the root problem is that you're just a fucking dickhead. Like, claiming low self-esteem is the root problem here, that's just fucking weird. Like, you have to grow up and not be a fucking manipulative dick.
Where you're at currently right now, right? Like, currently you're getting ghosted a date every 30 or 90 days, and it happens very luckily or inconsistently, I guess you could say. And you're still partially on dating apps or considering getting on dating apps, right? Has had multiple relationships or even marriage in the past. Has girls coming to them but can't sustain that relationship, and that's one of the most important things that's going to help you guys go from this.
Okay, well, I think the rest of this is just boring.
This update also allows us to add new Steam features in the future much faster and more frequently. And this consistent experience with faster updates, basically with the Steam client, it's totally true. In fact,
I stopped being a nice guy and started being an asshole to women. It didn't get me laid, but it's way more fun. A short girl asked me to get something from a high shelf at the grocery store, and I told her to fuck off. Lol. I also cut them off in traffic.
Well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill. Appreciate it.
Leading up until this big update, all of our data miners have kind of noticed that Steam VR has been changing from this like very heavily reliant on the client to heavily reliant on the actual Steam itself, which is very different. Usually when you would download or get UI updates, most of them actually came from updating Steam VR, whereas now Valve can push updates to the actual Steam client itself or any of the big picture stuff. A lot of that UI changes will be able to quickly make its way to Steam VR because they don't have to actually get a team of people to say, hey, let's get into the Steam VR code base, let's update the things to actually match everything. It's a lot more unified and actually makes more sense for a company of Valve's size, which is very small compared to the likes of like Apple or Meta, for example. Now, it's no secret that SteamVR 2.0, the big thing is like the UI changes, right? Huge focus on completely changing everything. And it's pretty wild because even though there's not a new hardware out yet or announced from them, this change is bigger than any SteamVR thing that they've ever done in the past. Like even when the Index launched, which was a big moment for them, releasing their own first-party VR hardware to do everything, the actual changes to UI and the actual SteamVR client itself were fairly minimal for the most part. So it's pretty wild to see this completely huge revitalization with all the new features and everything and all unified under this completely new design code without new hardware yet. Now, the first thing other than the UI, which, you know, you can watch all these videos.
Yeah, I really want them to fucking release the new Valve Index headset, because the one they have now is 4 years old. I want a new one that's like slim, OLED, maybe wider field of view, but like just smaller and more comfortable to wear. It's the big
clips
one.
Of what it looks like, or you can just, you know, head into SteamVR yourself if you can.
So you donated $2 Simp Boyfriend for those who haven't seen it. The juiciest debate of the year. Let's ask this question. Who are you to kill animals? Who are you to say, I'm more important than this species, so I'm going to systematically murder them so that I can have, you know, chicken, so that I can have eggs, so that I can have a steak every once in a while? Who are you to say that? What gives you the right?
You define sentience and life.
What gives you the right? What gives you the right to kill other animals? What gives you the right to kill innocent animals?
You literally define
what gives you the right? What gives you the right to kill animals? What gives you the right to kill animals? Like if you're gonna criticize me for wanting to make carnivorous animals extinct, what gives you the right?
Just stop. It's fine. Look,
and this debate's going nowhere. You guys are just fucking talking over each other the whole time, and no one's actually getting to hear either.
Yeah, no, this debate is going somewhere. She's just looking stupid, and that's why you're butting in.
I hate to break it to you. You're just talking over her, not letting her talk, going, no.
No,
and going,
no. She said she got to talk for 20 minutes and asked me questions. She got to talk for 20 minutes and I answered all of her questions respectfully.
No, you did it.
And now she's dodging and not answering my questions.
What is she dodging?
So she accused me of imposing my moral values on other species, and she's claiming that's wrong. She's imposing her moral values on other species, and I say that's wrong. So that's hypocritical. How is she going to criticize me for imposing my moral views on other species when she's doing that exact thing?
Okay. All right. So the thing is that
Dude, her boyfriend is a fucking simp. What a loser. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
There's a big focus on something that is very different from previous versions, and I really want to talk a lot about.
Why is media so biased, Rich? They claim I would execute my soldiers for disobedience, but guess who said that? Biden. You wouldn't believe them, what you?
Let me see. White House says Russia is executing its own soldiers for not following orders. Well, that's true. Yeah, they're killing their own soldiers for not following orders, and they're doing that to prevent mass mutinies. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin.
Wasn't there some controversy with Linus Tech Tips recently? Would you pipe down his girlfriend or wife, whatever she is? Also, did you hear Matthew Perry died?
I don't know who Matthew Perry is. But, yeah, Linus Tech Tips basically is a fucking fraud and a charlatan. He doesn't know how to review hardware. He's lied. He's basically fucked over small companies and stolen hardware from them. The guy's a manipulative jackass. Kind of treats his employees kind of crappy. He's done a lot of things. And he tried to lie and deny it, and then he had to come out with an apology video the day after that was really fucking cringe and pathetic. So yeah, thanks for that donation though, China faggots for Trump.
About that, because this is kind of the unification of the ecosystem battles that I think we're going to see in the next couple of years, even within this next year. So most versions of Steam VR up until this point, especially the last few years, when you would go to what was called the library, it would only show VR games or overlays. Whereas now with the new UI, while they do still have a VR category that it launches into, the UI doesn't only focus on VR games. In fact, there's a huge focus on your entire Steam experience, and that includes 2D games. Me and my data mining team for a while doing all this leading up to 2.0, had this suspicion and belief that Valve is not only focusing on the VR immersive content, but they're trying to do some interesting stuff with their huge library of 2D games that most people play on the platform. In fact, Steam VR, people with...
You know what I've really wanted for VR? Virtualized surround or virtualized widescreen. So rather than just having a big, screen in VR, virtualize a widescreen or a 3-monitor setup so that if you're playing a racing game that doesn't support VR, you can just have virtualized, a virtualized widescreen, so you can still get the widescreen experience if you don't have widescreen.
You cannot watch this and tell me you wouldn't eat this. This looks so fucking good.
You didn't give me a link, Yummy Poo, but thanks for the donation, sir. Oh yeah, and the other dudes asked if I'd bang Linus Tech Tips' wife. Nah, she's not fine enough.
Even VR headsets plugged into Steam VR or Steam is 2% of users, which is a very low number, and I'm guaranteed not many of those people are even using those devices monthly. And if you ever talk to people who have, developed games and launched games, VR games on Steam VR, the amount of money you can make on Steam platform for VR games is much lower than some of the other platforms you have. there's only like a handful of titles on Steam VR that get the same retention from the actual user base that actually use their VR headsets. And those are things such as like VR Chat, Half-Life Alyx, and those are the two big ones, I'd say. So Valve kind of put themselves in this chicken and egg problem where developers are not that interested in releasing some quality titles on the platform, and users are not even interested in checking out some of the newer titles, VR titles that come out on the platform that do come out for whatever reason, because they just have one title that they gravitate to, and that's all they need. So I think
Who Eater donated $2. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, the toilet restaurant. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'd eat that. Thanks for the donation, Poo Eater. Appreciate it.
I think what they've learned with Steam Deck is people are willing to take the entire library of Steam, those 2D games I keep talking about, and as long as you approach them in a novel way, you get a lot of interest in hardware and adoption of things that Valve couldn't really get working before. So there's this huge focus from Valve in terms of features of getting 2D games playable on upcoming or
Josh Dilworth donated $2. Would you bang your brother-in-law's wife if you had one? No. Thanks for the donation, Josh Dilworth.
current hardware in a somewhat enjoyable way. And I think this is the trend you're going to see from the overall market in general. You're going to have Apple coming out next year, and their big thing is, okay, well, we have our own developed first-party apps, but we have this entire library of iOS apps that are iPad or iPhone available that you can load onto the Apple Vision Pro and be able to have.
That nigger Putin kill his own soldiers cause he's a weak limpass leader and all the generals are cartoonish drunks. We got the intel, faggot I mean corn pompous. Now look at this cute little doggo Jack.
Alright. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god, the little doggy can walk now. Oh, that's so nice. Yes. Oh, that's nice. That's sweet. What a sweet little guy. Well, thanks for the donation, Biden. Appreciate it. What are you dogs doing? What are you doing? Just want to rub? I got a cat on me. Got a dog over here. What the hell is this shit?
Have these 2D apps in your actual AR, VR space, depending on whatever you want to see. Apple also takes a step further by saying we're going to have real-time lighting, and you can do some other cool stuff, some interesting interactions with it, resize it, make it as big as you want. A lot of focus on that until people kind of figure out how to develop immersive apps for this XR boom that's attempting to happen soon. And you're most likely going to see the same sort of strategy come out when Google and Samsung's partnership, which is happening right now. Samsung is making a new XR hardware to compete with Apple Vision Pro, and Google is pretty much making the software platform for it. You're probably going to see that similar idea where they release a device and have the entire Google Play Store Android flat apps to be able to run in your spatial environments as well. So you have these competing ecosystems that realize they have all this software that they can just take advantage of as with some tweaks and kind of show it in a novel way and more interesting, while also taking it mobile depending on how standalone some of these headsets are. And I think Valve is doing the same exact thing. They have a whole ecosystem of flat apps. It's primarily games at this point. They have a huge library of games. It's obviously very successful for them. So to be able to like advertise a VR headset by saying, hey, this is our ecosystem, all of our hardware is getting similar to our competitors, which I think is happening. You're seeing a huge unification of very similar ideas and hardware concepts on the market from the big players. It's all about ecosystem and what gets people want to buy that sort of hardware. And I'm not just talking about the fact that you can open 2D games in your Steam VR library pretty easily now because of 2.0. There's a lot of stuff related to a theater mode that Valve has been working on for a while. Now, we can't access
China Faggots for Trump donated $2. She has a massive nose and she's anti-religion. You should bang. Let me see.
Call it a fun little party trick that I have, but
Oh,
I feel
damn.
like I've talked
Whoa, that is a crazy
about
nose.
Mormonism enough that I can deconstruct Mormonism
Oh my God.
from every different angle, 1,000 different angles.
That's pretty hot.
I posted on Instagram that I can't get laid because the cosmopolitan transnational globalist elites have organized society in such a way that only Chad can get pussy. Why did my post get taken down?
Probably because Instagram are a bunch of fascists. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill.
Give me something that you care about in Mormonism, and I can tell you why you should care about maybe leaving the church or waking up to the reality that it's not true. For instance, I was a very conservative woman in the church. I did not understand what these feminists were yapping on about. And I was very clued into my husband and my love for him. And it was literally listening to the trauma that my husband had in the church.
Why do I like huge noses? I don't know. I just think they're sexy.
Whether it was on his mission or purity culture trauma or repentance trauma or just the expectations that were put on him to be the sole provider of the household, and what just a stupid burden he's been carrying his whole life. He left the church before I did, and I was more willing to listen to him as my male authority figure, almost as if you're supposed to in Mormonism. But me being clued in to the empathy that I have for men because they are our authority figures is what I listened to before I was able to listen to my own.
Okay, well, I do like her nose. Cool video, watch later, donate $2. Let me take a look. How Gaza could trigger a regional war. Why not? We can do that. Thanks for that donation. Cool video, watch later.
That's it as of 2.0, but we've been able to access it for a while before. Basically, it relies on the SteamVR overlay system. You would open or launch a 2D app or game or whatever, and it would have a special button called Theater Mode. And what's interesting about the Theater Mode is it had a lot of references to real-time reflections, which has made me very excited. I've never been able to get that actually working, but it's a thing that's just been in the software, hiding, and is still hiding for whatever happens. And that's kind of the other big focus, I think, of SteamVR 2.0 that people are not gravitating to or realizing how big of a deal it is. So overlays have been kind of a big superpower of SteamVR for a while. They've just been incredible.
Who is the most honest person you know?
Most honest? Just my friend group. I don't think any of them are less honest than, anyone else. So yeah, just ask yourself, Dr. Avi, my best friend who I won't name, people like that. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan for Life.
Incredibly untapped, whether it be due to lack of interest for users or developers, but also the UI of previous SteamVR whatever made overlays kind of hidden and awful. Whereas now they have this entire bottom bar that you can create overlays on the flies with your virtual desktops. Well, actually, they're not virtual yet. They still rely on your actual desktop you have plugged into your PC. But I imagine the goal, especially with the references to GameScope overlays, which is the same compositor they use for the Steam Deck, is you'll be able to create actual windows on the fly as overlays, whether it be desktops or games or whatever, and don't have to rely on recordings, like kind of back-end recording software that's built into Windows or whatever. Big focus on adding windows, any overlay goes in that bottom bar, and they even made it to the point where if you have a ton of overlays open, you'll be able to swipe around that bottom bar to actually see all the different things you've opened. So they expect people to really go balls deep when it comes to overlays, to the point where you might fill up your entire bar, which works now, works great. I like SteamVR overlays. I think they're very valuable because they don't only work for 2D applications, but they can also work for 3D applications. Like, for example, Vermilion, which is a wonderful painting canvas app where you can actually have a 3D overlay version of Vermilion on top of any other application you want. So you can have all your 2D window applications up here and then paint on a 3D canvas in your virtual space. And of course, the other big benefit of SteamVR overlays that I always like about it is it's actually persistent across AR and VR. So you can be in something like VR chat and do all your overlays, of course, on VR chat. But if you click the room view button, that'll switch you to your pass-through view, right, on Lighthouse-enabled headsets. Now, I didn't use a Lighthouse-enabled headsets for this video because the only really good pass-through experience you can get with that right now on a one-click solution is the Valve Index, and the Valve Index pass-through is not good. It's very old and bad and very exposure dependent, like all pass-through headsets. But it's very simple, and you can just have that persistence of apps across your AR and VR space at any time. There's also been references to a Steam Link overlay application being built for SteamVR as well. And I think the main idea for this is if you have a Steam Deck and you want to use your Steam Deck and stream it to a headset or something, they'll have a actual overlay dedicated to that Steam Link application. So you'll be able to connect it directly to your headset, see that actual Steam Deck or whatever computer Steam Link program you're using, and have a big window or whatever you want. Now, there's obviously one more big feature that SteamVR 2.0 has added, and that is the new keyboard system, which I still think needs a lot more work. They finally added dual hand typing support, which means you can actually have two lasers at once. But there's still a lot of issues with the keyboard. It's kind of slow. Sometimes inputs are missed. And while it does actually use any Steam keyboard, what do they call it, themes that you have, either from Steam Deck or the Point Shop, still, I think it's too flat. That's my biggest actually nitpick about the Steam keyboard is it's just a flat window. I would like to see keyboards start getting more 3D. I mean, that should be the easiest task in my opinion. But yeah, it's there. It still needs work in my opinion, but it's there. Now, I also want to reiterate because I know people are waiting for me to talk about this, and there's been this idea that a lot of stuff that we've data mined for Deckard might be just in general used for all headsets connected to SteamVR. And now that SteamVR 2.0 is released and we've seen all the things breaking and the things working with the platform, there are still many things that are reserved for this Deckard HMD in the actual backend files that are still not being used. So I'm pretty confident to say that there will be obviously a new Valve headset. Valve's not a company that would update something as like kind of small user base as SteamVR to this huge refresh unless they were doing something that was more important to their long-term plans. And I think hardware is probably something that would make them want to unify and kind of get this SteamVR 2.0 from beta into public within exactly a month, which is a pretty crazy low amount of time for at least Valve.
Yeah, for real. I really want them to announce the next headset so I can like pre-order and shit. It's been 4 fucking years. They need to update the Valve Index.
All time things. So there's definitely stuff still going on. Valve even said in their first beta post when the SteamVR 2.0 came out that they would have even more features to talk about as the coming weeks and months go on. So it's just the beginning. If anyone's having some teething pains with 2.0, yeah, it's rough. It's rough, especially for Linux users, from what I understand, which I did read a post, surprisingly, that apparently the biggest kind of crash or IPC compositor issue is present related based on the base Linux Steam client, but it does not happen with the Steam Deck version of Steam client. We'll see where this goes. If any big updates come out with SteamVR 2.0, obviously I'll love to make videos about it. But for now, I just wanted to talk about this because there is this huge unification of focus of 2D application weeks, which obviously I'm working on a review for, which hits the level of quality, especially for playing 2D applications and games, very well in a VR headset, because you get some benefits for sure doing that. And if some of those features like real-time reflections actually work out the way we hope, just like it does on Apple, but on other systems, I think it's very immersive. I think it's great. I think it's really valuable because eventually these 2D applications will become 3D over time and have some cool volumetrics with it. I really do think that is the future of where things are going, because your monitor can do one thing and make it do many things. All
right, let's watch this. How Gaza could trigger a regional war.
Death is a cup from which every living thing must drink. Following the deadly Hamas attack in October, Israeli forces have pushed south and up to 300,000 reservists have been called up. The Israeli military has now set its sights on the Gaza Strip, However, ominous signs are growing on its northern border with Lebanon. Hezbollah has vowed to stand by Hamas and has threatened to open a second and third front to Israel's north. Already, Israel and Hezbollah have traded missiles and a handful of troops on both sides have been killed. Civilians in the vicinity are getting ready for wider hostilities. In South Lebanon, the roads heading north are congested with traffic jams. People are fleeing, making way for a gruesome conflict that might just set the entire Middle East on fire. Hezbollah has roughly 130,000 rockets and missiles, and it could use that firepower to overwhelm Israel's air defenses and destroy Israeli bases and critical infrastructure, including presumed nuclear weapons facilities in northern Israel. So, yeah, as bad as things seem in Gaza, this is the Middle East, where things can always go from bad to worse.
Like, especially with the current government's sort of attitude and reaction to the Hamas attack, I don't see how they could justify not going after Hezbollah, because like Netanyahu's whole fucking political position is, I'm going to rid the world of terror, I'm going to keep Israel safe. He didn't, and now he like really has to go hard on Hamas. So if Hezbollah ends up, you know, doing these attacks, you're probably going to see a war with...
Have you ever been to Vancouver? Is it a nice city? I have an opportunity to do an internship there, but I'm from a small town and I have heard there's a lot of crazy drug addicts and crime in Vancouver.
Oh yeah, Vancouver's a shithole now. Tons of crime, tons of drugs, lots of fucking fentanyl addicts and shit, and meth addicts. I wouldn't want to live there. Thanks for the donation though, Canada question. I've never been to Vancouver though. But yeah, from what I've seen, tons of fucking drug addicts and crime. Thanks for the nation though, Canada question. Yeah, but I don't see how Netanyahu couldn't have a similar kind of response to Hezbollah and then end up, you know, going to war with Iran.
The Israeli strikes on Gaza, Syria, and the West Bank are being widely covered in the media, with more than 200 sources reporting on the threat of these strikes igniting other fronts. These reports are being shared on social media around the world, leading to yet another type of conflict, an information war. On this channel, we prioritize diligent research rather than speed. We check multiple credible sources, and we try to capture nuance and complexity by seeking out claims from all sides. All of this takes time, but one of the best tools we have to make this more accessible is ground news. They collect thousands of sources from around the world and are 12% of sources to win the information/Caspian. I find it more valuable now than ever in this conflict involving ancient rivalries where outside powers are competing for their own interests. Because if you accept any one narrative as the full story, you're going to miss the bigger picture. That will be put on. This video shows a massive amount of Mk-84 general purpose bombs that will be put onto Israeli fighter jets and likely dropped over Gaza. Each of these bombs weighs about 900 kilograms, and each is capable of creating a crater that is 15 meters wide and 10 meters deep. These bombs are equipped with JDAM guidance, which allows them to be guided toward relocatable targets from both bombers and fighter jets. Upon impact, the bombs can penetrate up to 38 centimeters of metal and up to 3 meters of concrete. The amount of bombs in the video is enough to level Gaza City. As if pounding neighborhoods in Gaza is not enough, the Israeli military is also setting the stage to launch a full-scale ground invasion into the northern half of the Gaza Strip. This is where things could go horribly wrong. Hamas is believed to have around 40,000 fully trained soldiers. and since it's battling on its own turf, it will have the defender's advantage. The Gaza Strip is riddled with underground tunnels, ambush sites, and concealed outposts equipped.
Yeah, so that's part of the reason why they want to use so many explosives. It's to damage the tunnel system. Once they actually do the full-scale ground invasion, they're also going to do things to close up the tunnels. There's this new explosive they're using that basically fills the tunnels up with plastic.
Equipped with ATGMs to destroy incoming Israeli tanks and vehicles. Gaza is also considered one of the most densely packed urban areas in the world. So, house-to-house fighting in Gaza could get real ugly real fast. To give color to the military setting, Israel has fought Hamas 4 times before, in 2006, 2008, 2012, and as recently as 2021. Each conflict, however, ended indecisively. Hamas took a beating, but it retained complete control over Gaza. All the same, the Israelis say this time will be different, and it certainly looks that way. Up to 300,000 reservists have been called up, and government officials have vowed to destroy Hamas once and for all. Israel is now in the offing to deploy its military on a scale not seen before. However, as grim as these developments are, Hamas is not the main player. Plenty of vultures are circling the area, looking for easy pickings and new opportunities. About 200 kilometers to the north is Lebanon, which hosts Hezbollah. Backed by Iran in funding, planning, and expertise, Hezbollah is one of the world's deadliest non-state actors, certainly the most heavily armed one. Since the 1990s, it has grown from a band of ragtag guerrilla rebels into a powerful fighting force numbering around 100,000.
I don't know why he doesn't call Hezbollah terrorists. They're fucking terrorists.
Strong.
Right now they are saying Israel should stop shooting missiles and do a ground invasion. As soon as the invasion starts, they will say it needs to be called off and they should do precision strikes. Mark my fucking words. They just want Israel to die.
No, what they're gonna... So, at every step of the way, they're just gonna say, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. So, yeah, they're gonna say, oh, don't shoot missiles, think of the children, why don't you do a ground invasion? Oh, don't do the ground invasion, it's gonna kill innocent civilians still. Let's just do a ceasefire. Like, every step of the way, everything Israel does, they will say, don't do it, offer a fucking, alternative, and then when they do the alternative, they'll still say, don't do that, we need, a ceasefire. So yeah, they just want Israel to die, they want a fucking terrorist organization to continue to exist and fucking kill and rape and torture people. Thanks for the donation, QWERTY.
This world is not getting any better, is it?
Well, it might. Again, my opinion is, in the long run, this might be better for stability in the Middle East if large, jihadist dictatorships like Iran can get a regime change and have a secular government installed. So, it might. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Big Boy donated $2. Is it vegan to take fish oil since fish are carnivorous? Probably not. Especially since I'm pretty sure most fish oil comes from farmed fish. So probably not. I would just take algae-based DHA supplements. Just to be safe. Thanks for the donation, though, Big Boy. Appreciate it.
According to the group's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. Having fought in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, Hezbollah is battle-hardened, and that counts for something. Its troops are trained like an army and equipped like a state. The group is believed to have received financial backing from Iran to the tune of $700 million every year. For a non-state actor, that is a mind-boggling amount of money. Hezbollah is also armed with a large and diverse stockpile of unguided artillery rockets, as well as ballistic, anti-air, anti-tank, and anti-ship missiles. Its capacity for a sustained conflict overshadows that of Hamas many times over. If Israel's ground operation in Gaza does irreparable damage to Hamas, Hezbollah and Iran might be persuaded to intervene and rescue their ally in the Gaza Strip. However, since neither Iran nor Hezbollah has the air or ground forces capable of reaching Gaza, intervention would come mainly in the form of drones, rockets, and missiles. In a nutshell, Hezbollah is estimated to have an arsenal of roughly 130,000 rockets and missiles, a number that dates to 2018 and
nuke 'em from orbit.
Probably has grown since. Either way, that is more firepower than some of the member states of NATO. Speaking from Lebanon on October 13th, Iran's foreign minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian said there was every possibility of a second front if Israel's blockade of Gaza were to continue. If the gloves come off and Hezbollah joins the fight, it would turn the hostilities into a multi-front conflict for Israel. Hamas in the south and Hezbollah in the north. To boot, even Syria would get drawn into the fight since Hezbollah is deeply involved in the Syrian civil conflict, which means that Hezbollah's involvement would open two fronts simultaneously, one from South Lebanon and one from the Syrian-controlled part of the Golan Heights. Clearly, this would mark a point of no return. On day one, some 130,000 rockets would fly over Israel, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties. Israel would then have no choice but to let loose the full power of its air force. South Lebanon would be decimated in retaliation. The body count would stack up. Civilian casualties would be an afterthought at this point. Israel would then have to move into Beirut to topple the government. By this point, Syria and even Iran would fully take part in the fight as well. Fortunately, things are not at this stage yet, but the situation sits on a knife's edge. Israel has already deployed tens of thousands of troops to the border with Lebanon. It has struck the airports in Damascus and Aleppo. At the same time, Hezbollah has fired missiles into Israel, attempted to infiltrate Israeli towns, and launched drone attacks across the border. Things haven't been this tense in years. One miscommunication on either side and the setting could quickly spiral. Still more, the United States has deployed an aircraft carrier strike group to the eastern Mediterranean. The USS Gerald R. Ford is the world's largest aircraft carrier and the largest warship ever constructed. It can field 75 aircraft, including F-35C jets. Its naval task is made up of 5 guided missile ships, 4 destroyers, and 1 cruiser. Altogether, it packs one heck of a punch, and its presence in the vicinity is meant to deter Hezbollah and other groups from jumping into the fight. In case the message wasn't clear enough, Washington is now sending a second aircraft carrier strike group to the eastern Mediterranean, led by the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. Using these deployments, America hopes it can prevent the conflict from expanding. However, Iran did not build up Hamas over.
I think Iran would have to be insanely stupid to actually intervene, because the US would get involved, but they may be that stupid.
Over the years, only to leave it alone to deal with Israel's devastating counteroffensive. In the 11th hour, Hezbollah would likely wait for Israel's invasion of Gaza and then launch a surprise attack at a time of its own choosing. Back in 2006, when hostilities erupted in the Gaza Strip and Israel launched a ground operation, Hezbollah launched an attack of its own, 2 weeks after the Israeli assault. To everyone's surprise, Hezbollah mounted sophisticated swarming attacks against the Israelis. It also put its rockets and missiles to work, firing almost 4,000 projectiles at Israel over a month. Today, Hezbollah's military capacity is believed to have grown tenfold since the last military encounter 17 years ago. Moreover, while in 2006, Hezbollah's stockpile mostly consisted of inaccurate rockets, The group has since gathered a
99 Jesus
vast
Christ, sweet
arsenal
dreams.
of precision-guided munitions thanks to friends in Tehran. Some of Hezbollah's new missiles are capable of hitting as close as 10 meters of their designated targets, and the bulk of these weapons are placed in concealed sites among the orange and banana plantations that are spread across southern Lebanon. So, to neutralize Hezbollah's threat of rockets and missiles, the Israelis would need to deploy into Lebanon and occupy the area. However, doing so would be tricky, even with the air superiority brought about by the Americans. Lebanon has mountainous terrain perfect for ambushes and attrition warfare. What's more,
I think my penis is shrinking. Yes, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, 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 you ara you ara maggot tick, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, 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 you ara you ara I love Jasmine, inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, 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 you ara you ara inverted question mark, inverted exclamation mark, 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 inverted question mark, mark inverted exclamation mark inverted question 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 mark inverted exclamation mark.
Well, thank you for that, I am Simp. Appreciate the donation.
In 1967, Israel beat Egypt, Syria and Jordan in 6 days, in the Six-Day War. Back then they were way less restrained than today. If these countries and terror groups provoke an unrestrained response from Israel and potentially the US, they are done for.
Yeah, Israel and the US, especially combined, have so much fucking explosives, they can just level these entire fucking countries. Like, again, I'm in favor of a war with Iran. I think long term that would likely be a good thing. But thanks for the donation, QWERTY.
Or Hezbollah has long-range anti-ship missiles that could target the US aircraft carrier strike group in the vicinity. Whether these attacks could actually succeed is another story, but the point is that Hezbollah did not have such capabilities in the last war. It would therefore be a mistake to measure Hezbollah by its 2006 settings. Times have changed and the group has gotten more robust and more capable. The Hezbollah of today will not necessarily confine itself to a defensive strategy. It could flip the script and take on a proactive battle plan. By use of range, terrain, experience, and sheer number, Hezbollah could launch a decoy swarm attack using inaccurate rockets.
Dodo donated $2 gaming after this? Maybe. We'll see. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
And then follow through using its precision-guided missiles to strike at Israeli bases and critical infrastructure, including the 3 alleged nuclear assembly facilities in northern Israel. Yeah, blowing up nuclear facilities, that's the level of destruction we're at. And the thing is, it is easier for Hezbollah to strike an Israeli nuclear facility than it is for the Israelis and Americans to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. So, conflict with Hezbollah could quickly become a nasty fight where we could see tower for tower carnage. No wonder part of Iran's strategy has been to use Hezbollah to keep Israel permanently on edge. However, if Hezbollah and Iran have such an advantage, then why haven't they already unleashed hell? What's stopping full-out armed conflict? Well, for one, Hezbollah has some trouble at home. Lebanon as a state is barely hanging on. The country is in the midst of an economic crisis. Its currency has lost nearly 100% of its value in recent years. This hasn't affected the finances of Hezbollah though. Its fighters are paid in dollars. However, the economic crisis in Lebanon affects Hezbollah's decision-making since it is legally part of the Lebanese government and has been since 2005. Conflict with Israel would throw Lebanon into an economic meltdown and likely affect Hezbollah's political standing for the worse. Even a rogue organization such as
Imagine Hezbollah trying to justify its funding and going to war with Israel, given all this. You see, you don't understand, yes? You don't have money for food, you don't have money to clothe your children, you don't have money for water, but we really, really need to kill Jews, okay? We need to fucking kill Jews! Do you understand? It's just so stupid.
Hezbollah needs some public support to hold on to its parliamentary seats. Ultimately, though, whether Hezbollah gets involved or not depends on its patron, Iran. Since taking over the presidency in 2021, Ibrahim Raisi has taken an increasingly hard line in foreign policy. His cabinet is filled with former generals, people who know only the hammer as a tool and see everything as a nail. Iran has since taken a belligerent stance against Afghanistan, Turkey, Azerbaijan, the United Arab Emirates, and yes, Israel. However, Raisi's political turn to the right has certain restrictions. Employing Hezbollah's vast rocket and missile arsenal would mean exhausting it as leverage for years to come. At present, one of the most compelling strategic reasons dissuading Israel or the United States from launching an assault on Iran's nuclear facilities is the firepower of Hezbollah. Employing that firepower in the current Gaza conflict would mean depleting it as a means of deterrence, thereby neutralizing its role as a deterrent. Doing so would then leave Iran open and exposed to devastating aerial bombardment by the Americans. So, while the Iranians are talking tough, strategically they may want to preserve Hezbollah's rocket arsenal in order to save themselves from destruction. That's something to think about.
I'm really not so sure. The fact that they were fine with going through with this crazy fucking attack in Gaza, I don't know. It sounds like their government is fucking retarded. Like, remember, the Iranian government is fucking retarded. Like, these are people who fuck goats. They're like Muslim extremists. They're dumb as shit. They think like it's okay to have sex with children. They fuck goats. Like, they're those kind of fucking retards. So the fact that they were willing to help the fact that they're willing to help Hezbollah and fund them, and they were in all likelihood responsible for the attack on October 7th, seems to me like they are fucking interested in going to war with Israel. So I don't know, like this idea that, oh, they're playing 3D chess and they're considering whether or not, like Hezbollah's, rocket deterrence is important. I mean, like, members of their government literally have sex with goats and children, so I don't know.
Given this, the handful of missiles that Hezbollah has fired at northern Israel to date can be seen as a means to complicate Israeli operations by raising the specter of a northern front without actually opening one. Conflict in Gaza could still trigger a regional war, but Hezbollah and Iranian officials know that Israel can hammer them even if wounded or distracted. Israel has Hamas in the crosshairs, and it is not open to negotiation. Iran and Hezbollah can either steer clear of the line of fire or join the battle. Tehran has built up Hamas into the danger it is, but Hezbollah is the one.
All I was hearing what Hezbollah would have to say to justifying destroying the economy just keeps reminding me of the clips from South Park. Flippity, floppity, flu. Jihad. Jihad. Dirk Dirk. LMFAO.
Well, yeah, that's like something that you have to consider. None of these people are thinking logically. They're thinking just about killing Jews and being crazy jihadist assholes. Like, that's what they're thinking. So given that, like, again, they're fucking terrorists, they make claims like, we love death more than you love life. They may be willing to just throw it all away for this bullshit and basically commit suicide by cop, essentially. Thanks for the donation, though, Bend Over.
Rocking the stage and stealing the show. As a proxy, it is too important to lose. Iran cannot afford it. If push comes to shove, it is usually better to give up a pawn if it means protecting a rook. I've been your host Chillin from Caspian Report, so if you haven't yet...
Yeah, I don't know. I think...
Climate change.
I think he's giving a little too much... He's acting as if the leaders of these countries and these militant groups are like playing 3D chess and they're smart enough to really consider these things. They're weighing out how many Jews they can kill. Like, that's what they're doing. Like, should we like kill as many Jews as we can now, or could we kill more Jews within the next 5 years if we don't do this? Like, that's how they're thinking. Oh, damn, apostate prophet Ali Dawa debate. That looks interesting.
Candace Owens is one of those people who have recently jumped to the defense of Andrew Tate, who is charged with human trafficking, rape, and organized crime. Although so many people on the right, among conservatives, woke up and saw that Andrew Tate is not the good guy, Candace Owens is still very supportive of him and defends him and thinks he's an inspiration for young men.
You're speaking to young men about why it is okay to be a man, giving them permission to be a man in a capacity that I can't give them that permission.
I used sex as a tool to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house and make me money.
Part of me, when they were regurgitating the scripts, I was like, this is so unfair. It's so unfair.
And me and my brother, and eventually some staff I trained, would do all the talking. The girls were just pure, just famoosers, just laughing and doing this, their titties out, and they were talking to fucking ice cold hustlers. We were taking their money, all of it.
By and large, the stuff that you're saying to young men, even if there are certain things I don't agree with.
Were you banging the chicks too, or was it just
all of them? So
I think you're right. Now that you say it, I'm just a woman and I don't understand it.
yeah. Women are only loyal to one thing, and that's the dick they're sucking.
But I will not apologize for trying to do the best I could at the time in the scenario I was in.
For growing up.
Did
you feel bad or no? Fuck no. To give a solitary fuck.
I'm just not so quick to judge people.
I think one of the best jobs a woman can have is be a cam girl. I have 19-year-old girls. They're sitting there with their tits out on a computer.
You've captivated young men.
Jesus.
And that is a very important demographic.
If you were to start lying and saying I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever.
That was a Freudian slip. Holy shit.
The problem is that Candace Owens recently released a video about former porn star Mia Khalifa, in which she says the following words.
This is your life. Do you want to be stuck with someone?
She's a free woman. That's how we speak now, right? Mia Khalifa may not be doing hardcore pornography.
This guy unironically used a chess analogy, lol. You are one of the only based people on this VG and I appreciate you. This is just like the people who suck Putin's dick and say he's playing chess. It's just an excuse to get Israel or Ukraine to surrender.
You, like, if you look at the leaders of Iran, they're fucking crazy wackos. If you look at the leaders of Russia, they're crazy fucking wackos, and none of their military strategies make any fucking sense. Does any of this make any sense? Like, why the fuck does Iran have such a problem with Israel in the first place? It's because they're Jews, and they're Muslim, and they're fucking crazy, and they just want to kill Jews. You can't fucking assume that your enemy, when you're dealing with these sorts of people, are like the most logical and are thinking about these things. They're fine with sacrificing themselves, committing suicide, and sacrificing the lives of people within their own nation in the name of jihad. Like again, in their mind, if they die fighting for Islam and they kill Jews, they're going to get 83 virgins in heaven. So why would they be against attacking Israel? Like they're just really, from their point of view, there isn't. And I think a lot of people forget that they're dealing with just crazy fucking maniacs who believe this shit, that if they kill a Jew, they're going to get 83 or 87 virgins, whatever the fuck it is, in heaven. Thanks for that donation though, QWERTY. Bend over, donate $2. Is this based or not? Let me see. I'm a Republican, but not a fool. Biden president. That's actually pretty based. There's actually a lot of Republican voters who vote Democrat. Thanks for that donation, Bend over.
Anymore, but she is certainly doing pornography. It's just softcore. Under boob, she's half naked in all the photos. She's got emojis covering her nipples. She's also encouraging people to follow her on OnlyFans if they want to see even naughtier pictures. You can subscribe to Mia Khalifa. Why does she think that women want to hear her advice? Who does she think she is? I'm just not.
Jesus. Q to gains donate $2 for you. My beautiful chocolate pudding. Let me see.
Check out this bear spotted trying to figure out how to escape from an upper story window of a house in Colorado.
Oh, no.
In the video, you can see the bear hanging by its claws from the window. So check that out right there. It actually tries to climb out multiple times before rethinking the escape route. It finally did escape through another window, but on the ground level. So you got to look clever along the way, which is good. Check out this bear.
That is a cute bear. Oh my god. Now that looks like a bear doing bear things. That's really cute. They're like people.
Who knew bears could climb?
Wow.
Okay, Mama made it. Good. Mommy's good.
Wow. Bears are really good at climbing. Holy shit. Oh no. The little black bear is afraid of the big brown bear. Oh. There goes the bear. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, thank you for that, cute gains. Appreciate it. Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see. Yeah.
I just want to know why you have such a negative opinion of black women.
Do you really want to start that way off with me?
Yes, I do.
Are you single or are you married?
I was married.
You're divorced?
I am divorced.
Any children?
I have 4 children, 7 grandchildren.
Any sons?
I have 2 sons.
Are they married, your sons?
My sons are not married.
What am I asking black women to do that your sons would disagree with?
I think my sons look at me and they don't want to be married to black women.
Your sons look at you and they don't want to be married to black women?
Yes.
Do they love you?
Yes.
Then why don't they want to be married to what looks like you?
I'm a very forceful woman.
So what was the initial question you asked me?
Yeah, what about black women don't you like?
Probably the same things your son don't like about you. Check.
That was pretty fucking hilarious. Yeah, when I hear women say, oh, they can't handle how forceful I am, you're just not pleasant to be around. But thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
So quick to judge people. The girl I looked like is talking like, well, a porn star. I'm just not so quick to judge people. No woman anywhere who aspires to happiness should listen to Mia Khalifa.
I'm just not so quick to judge people.
Now, I don't know how to make it more obvious here. I want to preface this by pointing out one thing. In this video, it doesn't matter what I think about Mia Khalifa and her actions. It doesn't matter what I think about Andrew Tate and his actions. It also doesn't matter what you think about these things. What matters here is what Candace Owens thinks and how she judges, because this is about the hypocrisy, the double standards that Candace Owens applies, very blatantly. What did Andrew Tate do? What do we know about him? Andrew Tate acted in porn videos in the past. Yes, he did. He did some form of online modeling. There are pictures of him where he's naked. But what's even worse is that Andrew Tate became rich and relevant with an online webcam business where he turned his
Dodo Tellers, you need to go to a pro-Palestine rally in Toronto and debate these people on whether they support Hamas or not. Dear God, dude, that'd be fucking cancerous. Toronto for Palestine, fucking losers. Yeah, they're all fucking terrorist sympathizers, Hamas supporters, pieces of shit. They even have Hamilton for Palestine? This isn't loading for some reason, but... Yeah, fucking losers. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
his girlfriends into online webcam girls.
So yeah, on corporatetape.com I have my PhD program, and that is PhD is a pimp and hose degree that I'm
Clever.
And
Clever.
that teaches basically how I got girls, how I met girls, how I got girls to like me, how I got girls to fall in love with me to work on webcam for me. Because that's what I did. That was my MO, was find girls, make them love me, and make them work for me. And that's how I got rich. So that teaches everything I know from start to finish about not only getting girls, not only obtaining them, but retaining them.
A business which still continued until very recent years.
I'm going to keep like 5 or 6 of my main girls because they really know what to do. They don't really hassle me and it's nice and easy. So
a business for which he is currently under investigation and for which charges have been pressed.
Those old clips, my webcam company, things that happened 10 years ago have absolutely nothing to do with the criminal case. Absolutely zero. Anything you see from before 2021 has nothing to do with the case.
After the webcam business, Andrew Tate became an OnlyFans business owner.
She's also encouraging people to follow her on OnlyFans if they want to see even naughtier pictures. You can subscribe to Mia Khalifa.
He turned many women under deceptive methods into sex workers and had sex with them and established love relationships with them for the sole purpose.
Yeah, well, Candace Owens, none of these conservatives have any fucking real moral values. The rules they espouse and the principles they espouse, it's only for people they don't like. When it's people within their inner circle, like themselves, their friends, family, they can do whatever the fuck they want. It's everyone they don't like or don't know that these rules apply to.
Of turning them into employees while making them believe that there is something special between them, because that's how they would obey him and make him money. He even said in the past, at least about his webcam business, that most of his webcam girls did not do any sex work in the past. He introduced them to that. And he also doesn't have any regrets.
To give a solitary fuck.
Andrew Tate is not married. He has multiple girlfriends who all live with him in his home and who...
Boo, this is the ghost of Matthew Perry. I'm here now with Chubbs the Crocodile, Abe Lincoln and the grandfather.
Oh, is Matthew Perry the guy who played Apollo Creed? Or no? Oh, him. Okay, Matthew Perry. How did he die? Whoa, he was only 54. Guess it was probably a heart attack. Pretty sure he was a cigarette smoker. Yeah, I wonder how he died. Los Angeles Times. No drugs were found at the scene. Yeah, I think he was a smoker. He probably just got a heart attack, but that's pretty young to die. Thanks for the nation, Matthew Perry.
Who work for him, and he has sex with them while they show their bodies on the internet. In addition to all of this, Andrew Tate has been running a business where he teaches others how to do these things, how to lure women, how to find vulnerable, suitable women, and how to turn them into online sex workers, even if they don't want to.
You cannot get a girl to work for you haven't fucked. You message them on Instagram. I don't mention webcam until after I've had sex with the girl. If you're on dates and you're trying to mention it and shit, it just doesn't work. It puts them off. I'd never do that. That's disgusting. I'm not a whore. It's just not gonna work. You continue as normal, no mention of webcam. You fuck the girl. After you fuck the girl, you do the PhD test. Then you start mentioning things like, yeah, but you know, you're always busy. You're
Cute Gains and Tellers. First one looks like Prismo. Let me see. I don't know if he looks like Prismo, but that is a cute hyena. Wow. So handsome. What's up? They're pretty damn big.
Lazy hyena you are, aren't you?
Whoa, look at those fucking teeth, dude.
Look.
That would just shred right through broccoli.
Get them big teeth. Oh yes.
Aw. Monkey's hug.
Give a little time for the child within you. Don't be afraid to be young and free. Undo the locks and throw away the key.
Chimpanzee loves his dog. Don't know what that monkey's doing, but that is a monkey. Thanks for the donation, Cutie Gains. Dodo Donatillers, go to the pro-Palestinian rally on November 1st. Hold up a picture of Muhammad and also debate people on Hamas and Palestine. They'll say things like free Palestine, get rid of Israel, because there was no Israel before 1949. Maybe your video will be played on Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I'm considering maybe doing that. That would make them look really bad if I held up a picture of the Prophet Muhammad and they all attacked me. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, not so peaceful, are they?
Always at work. You can come work for me. Hi, do you want to do webcam? It's bullshit. It doesn't work. No one's going to say yes. You want a girl who's in it to be with you. You, your bottom bitch, the new girl, you go out for a nice dinner. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. The girl has to hear it from a girl. And this is where your bottom bitch has to be trained. That's why I said it's so important to have a good first girl. My first girl was so good, it was easy. My girl would sit there and go, oh my God, before this I was a waitress and it was shit, and now I do this, I make so much money. Martinis, 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 bang, threesome. Slam them both. Your bottom bitch knows. This girl's like, okay, well I'll try it. Put both girls on camera together the first day, so the new girl can sit there and just sit with the other girl and get drunk. Give them a bottle of vodka, put on the fucking chatterbait, 100 tokens per shot. Girls will sit there, get drunk, have a great time. You say it's your new job now. You haven't go to work ever again. That's how you recruit girls.
You've captivated young men, and that is a very
That
important
is so
demographic.
fucked.
What great influence by Kenneth's own standards, right?
And so the question that I will ask is how many people are going to allege abuse from Steven Crowder before we listen, before we stop saying he's one of us because he says things that he agrees with? We purport that we are the party of family values. How can you look at that video and defend him in any way? How can you look at that video and not roundly condemn this and say this is not something that actually represents the things that we believe?
And also, guess what? Andrew Tate thinks and still says today that the average man should go out and have sex with as many women as possible because that's what makes them powerful.
You just gotta do you, baby.
Speaking strictly in terms of morality, by the standards that Kenneth Owens gave us, it is very obvious that Mia Khalifa's actions, whether you agree with them or not, whether I agree with them or not, are significantly less severe than Andrew Tate's actions. But Candace Owens strictly condemns and rejects Mia Khalifa, but promotes and supports Andrew Tate. Can this be made more obvious than it already is? That there is some huge hypocrisy here.
Oh, yeah. Again, these moral values only fucking apply to everybody else. See, Muslims are attacking Christians in Pakistan.
Hi everybody and welcome, this is the Apostate Prophet. The whole world is currently talking about the atrocities that have just been committed. Just kidding, nobody's talking about it. The world is not talking about the churches that have been burnt down in Pakistan and the homes that have been burnt down, the people that have been attacked. Because they usually don't talk about those people who are lynched and brutally killed by mobs. Because hey, nobody cares about Christians. Nobody cares about atheists. Nobody cares about different groups when they are targeted by Muslims in a Muslim country. But the whole world goes crazy. A global crisis starts when somebody burns a book that he himself purchased, a Quran, in Sweden or in Denmark. Then it's a global crisis, an international crisis. Today in Pakistan, in the region Jaranwala, 8 churches have been burned down, together with homes that were set on fire.
Dodo Tillers, how would you feel if Trudeau made it hate speech in Canada if you hold up a picture of Muhammad in order to offend Muslims? That would not be hate speech, and I think that would be fucking retarded and completely against the idea of free speech. Or if you burn the Quran or something, yeah, again, same thing. Like, by the way, Muslims deface, atheist or any other religious symbolism all the fucking time. Play Alan Wake 2. Also, are you going to play Alan Wake 1 again? I never seen it. Probably not going to play Alan Wake 1 ever
So
again.
my brother and I went to this sushi restaurant called Sushi Train. It's essentially an all-you-can-eat place, and we loaded up on avocado rolls, edamame, sweet potato rolls, etc. for $12.99. Smile, so delicious.
That's actually, that's pretty damn cheap for all you can eat. And that looks pretty good. Yeah, that looks pretty sweet. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over. Yeah, but Dodo, that would be a complete violation of free speech. And on top of that, wait, what was the other question? Oh yeah, Alan Wake 1. I'm probably not going to play Alan Wake 1 again. It's kind of dated, and it's not as cool as Alan Wake 2. It's more of a straight-up shooter. But we will play Alan Wake 2 tonight. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Homes belonging to Christians. This was done by a huge mob that violently went out there and attacked Christians over rumors, over allegations. According to the allegations, a Christian or two Christians disrespected the Quran. They tore out pages of the Quran and disrespected it. And the retaliation for that is not to go and confront those Christians and to talk to them. It's not even just to arrest those Christians, because blasphemy is illegal in Pakistan. Of course, that only applies to blasphemy against Islam, and it's punishable by death. The reaction from the regular
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god, that's horrible. I don't think I'm gonna watch any of the other videos you sent me because you're an asshole. Thanks for the donation. Just wanna hear you say it. Donated $2. Donated $2. Dodo donated $2. Thanks for the donation. Just wanted to hear you say it. Appreciate it. It's great.
Muslim mob is to go out there and to attack churches, all of them, without discrimination, to attack Christian homes, Christian people, to destroy the cross, to set fire on places of worship belonging to Christians. Because we all know by now that paper, a book, is worth more than entire buildings and human lives. This is not the first instance in Pakistan. Pakistan is known for such atrocities, where people were brutally beaten, set on fire, over rumors of blasphemy, where people acted like savages, like animals, in response to their feelings hurt. And this is really a surprise, considering that just a few months ago, on Pakistani television, clerics were crying on air and talking about what to do, including, should we burn down cities to stop people from blaspheming?
Just want to hear you say it. Fuck. Donated $2. Dodo donated $2. Thanks for the donation. Just want to hear you say it. Fuck. This guy is crying because he believes people are writing Mohammed on their penis.
It's not really surprising that when clerics go out there and talk about burning cities down in response to people disrespecting the Quran or the Prophet, crowds of Muslims then gather in Pakistan and shout slogans like Labbaik Ya Rasulallah. I am here, Messenger of Allah, and then burn down churches or attack people in the most brutal ways in the name of Islam, in order to protect the honor of Islam, to protect the honor of Muhammad, who married a child, and who spent his whole time as a prophet fighting, deceiving, massacring, lying to people, who was highly deluded, aside from being a pervert and a pedophile. It's just not the media, which, to be fair, actually does write a few articles about this instance, which are then quickly forgotten. It's the general public. It's Christians as well. I'm sorry to say this, but Christians in Pakistan don't have a voice. Christians in Egypt and other places where such atrocities happen don't.
The only thing that sucked at Sushi Train was that the wait time for the vegan options to come by us took a little bit longer, but it was worth the wait. Since we made sure to take all of them when they came up to us and made sure to get our money's worth.
Well, that's pretty cool. There aren't any all-you-can-eat sushi places by me. There are good sushi restaurants that are vegan, but yeah, not all you can eat. Thanks for the donation, though, Bend Over.
Don't have a voice. It should be up to Christians around the world to show solidarity, to stand up and to be their voice. Where are the Christians? Why is it such a...
Well, Christians are too pussy to stand up to them. They're gonna be called racist and shit, so... Tristan Tate and Sneeko defend Muhammad's child marriage. Andrew Tate blocked me. Oh, that looks interesting.
Tate has... Oh, that's funny. What Tate has...
I was just looking for an Andrew Tate tweet, and I was wondering why I can't find it, looking for all the words, and then it turns out he blocked me.
That makes two of us. That makes two of us.
Wow.
Top G there.
Top G, tough guy there,
Yeah.
blocked me.
But
Wow,
notice,
man.
so they see this from their hero. Notice Andrew Tate didn't give them the idea that it's okay to have multiple wives. They're getting that from Islam. What Andrew Tate showed them is that you can just sit women down and tell them they're bad and low value unless they are willing to submit to a guy's desires, and that there are plenty of women in the world who will just go, okay, if that's what it takes to make me a good girl, then that's what I'll do, and they'll take it and accept it. And now you've got the dais going, hey, we can pull this same stunt here and tell women. So notice in the case of Andrew Tate, it was in the context of, hey, if a guy is loaded, he has tons of money, he's providing for all of you. Guess what? He's taking care of his end of the deal. You need to keep your mouth shut if this guy's boning all the girls he wants. And then the Muslims, the Muslim dais, they're doing the same thing, but it's, hey, if you want to be a good Muslimah, then Allah is okay with this. So you can only be a good Muslimah if you're okay with us having tons of wives. They're doing the exact same thing. They're just offering an additional justification, which Andrew Tate would now support.
I'm still stuck at Andrew Tate blocking me. I don't even know why. Hi everyone and welcome, this is the Apostate Prophet. It looks like nowadays the first thing that you learn when you convert to Islam is to defend Muhammad's child marriage. Let's take Sneeko for example. Sneeko recently became a Muslim, although it doesn't really mean much. He doesn't really practice Islam, he still drinks.
Stay healthy.
Do you not drink?
No, I mean, I do.
Still fools around, has fun with girls, kissing each other on his lap. He doesn't pray, and so on. He became a Muslim because Andrew Tate converted to Islam. For those of you lucky enough not to know who Sneeko is, it's too late now, I'm sorry. He is an influencer who did gaming, streaming, and all that stuff. I don't even care. Here is what Sneeko said in the past about Muhammad when he was only interested in Islam.
Are you against grooming?
Yeah, it's gross.
How do you feel about like the fact that Muhammad married a 9-year-old girl?
I don't know how true that is. If that's true, then he's not, then, nobody's perfect.
So child marriage is just a mistake. Not everybody is perfect. By the way, it's very interesting that those girls actually know about this and he doesn't.
That's putting it mildly, that he's not perfect. Jesus.
Video, he also says that wife beating, if it works for them, is okay, I guess, but don't do it right now because it's illegal.
If your wife cheats or disobeys you in some ways, the Quran does order Muslim men to their wives. Do you think that's okay?
I mean, if it works for them. I mean, it worked for a long time. That's going to get you in jail now, so I'm not going to advocate anybody to do that.
But let's focus on child marriage for now because it's already big enough. Fast forward, he becomes a Muslim and...
Dude, this guy is so fucking stupid. Holy shit. You know, back when he was making content that didn't like offend anybody, you know, the interviews and stuff, so many people would fucking say like, "Oh my god, he's so smart," especially for somebody so young. Even his early content, he was just a pseudo-intellectual fucking moron. Like, Sneako's always been just so stupid. It's just like before he would give more of the right opinions, but I could just tell the guy was dumb. He was never a smart, you know, deep thinker.
And this is what he says nowadays.
That was before I reverted to Islam. She's asking me questions that I didn't know the answer to.
How many Coke Zeros is too much per day? I tend to drink like 2 to 3.
I don't know, man. I just drink as many as I want. You'd probably have to have a lot of fucking Coke Zero for it to adversely affect you. Like, so much that it's not even possible to drink that much. But I don't know, like, if you're talking about, like, a lethal dose, it would be impossible to kill yourself with Coke Zero. Maybe, like, the carbonic acid in Coke, if you drank a lot of it, could dissolve some of your enamel, but, again, I don't know. I don't know exactly, though. Thanks for the donation, Zed. I don't know what health issues you're even talking about. Dodo donated $2. Dodo donated truly sublime $2, a small heartfelt chime, a gesture of compassion forever in time. In a world so fast, where $2 can't unwind, Dodo's kindness, a beacon, $2 we find, $2 modest, yet love intertwined. That is a beautiful poem, Dodo. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Understand now that the parents have better decision-making abilities than the woman, and it was a different time. And Muhammad, peace be upon him, was definitely not a pedophile. He had many wives. A lot of them were older than him. I think his first wife was 50 when he was 25. He was friends with Aisha, peace be upon her. He was friends with her parents. I don't think that that's an example of pedophilia, no.
Now, Muhammad's first wife was, according to later reports, 40 years old when he was 25, but that is not really authenticated. He married an older woman after his first wife died, and then he married Aisha when she was 6 years old. And he consummated the marriage with her when she was 9 years old, and he was in his 50s. Yes, times were different back then, but there was absolutely no reason for Muhammad to marry Aisha. He was the leader, he had a wife, he went on after Aisha to marry many others, and had 9 wives at the same time. He didn't have children with Aisha, which means it was not for fertility. And Aisha died in her late 60s, which means it wasn't because she wouldn't live very long. In fact, the Quran prohibits, in a very funny Quran verse, the marrying of Muhammad's wives after he dies, because that would very much upset him, and Allah would be angry about that.
Lionheart donated $2. Not as good as Dodo donated $2. I don't know. I think the poem is a little deeper, though. Thanks for the donation, Lionheart.
So after Muhammad died, and Aisha was probably around 18 years old, she lived on more than 40 years, unmarried. And she wasn't even the last of his wives to die. When people say that lifespans were short in the past, what they mean is not that people were living significantly shorter lives. What they mean is that the death rates were much higher, which is why the average lifespan was relatively short. I mean, Muhammad himself died in his 60s, according to the knowledge that we have. Some say she narrated a lot of details about the things that he did and said. A woman of a different age at marriage could have done that. A better plan by Allah could have done that if Allah is actually in charge of Muhammad and the revelations.
He was friends with her parents.
The fact there is that Muhammad was close to Aisha's father, Abu Bakr, who also became the first caliph after him. But that doesn't mean anything. You can't just say, well, you know, she's 5, but the parents say it's fine, so why not? Or she's 11 months old, the parents say it's okay, so why not? Which nobody would say, oh, excuse me, this guy said it here.
Could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I
What
said.
about age 4?
If there are signs,
I have a
there
study
are
that shows
no...
it goes as early as 11 months.
See, the thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved.
Parents cannot be relied upon as the ultimate.
That guy, Daniel
A
Bakari.
person weighing 70 kilograms would have to consume at least 9 to 14 cans of diet soda per day to exceed the ADI of 40 milligrams/kg/day used by Jekfa/Efsa.
Aspartame cancer. There's no fucking cancer risk with aspartame. The WHO thing is fucking ridiculous. But thanks for the donation, dude. So you say 9 to 14 cans. That's quite a bit, but thanks, man.
Dodo donated $2. 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 Dodo donated.
It does have a nice ring to it, I have to admit. Thanks for the donation, Uncle.
Authorities in making such decisions for their children. Parents often cannot tell what others can tell about their own children. And even if they could, you simply cannot trust people with such a thing in any society. You cannot trust that people will 100% do the right things. You might have very harsh laws against child abuse, but if you leave it all to the parents, then they might end up abusing their children. They might end up wanting to get rid of their children and marrying them off when they are not ready. It happens. I shouldn't even be talking about this in length. Children in general at that age are...
Sid donated $2 having gains. Would you call all non-vegans today if you have the power? This will also include calling children. Yeah, probably. I probably would do that, and will most definitely reduce rights violations on the farmed animals. Unless there's some contradiction, I see it aligns with your worldview. Yeah, I think I would. Thanks for the donation, Sid. Appreciate it.
Are not ready for marriage, neither physically nor mentally. They were also not ready in Muhammad's time, physically or mentally.
I think his first wife was 50 when he was 25. I don't think that that's an example of pedophilia, no.
It doesn't really matter what Sneeko thinks.
Insane.
Pedophilia in psychology describes the attraction to minors. And pedophiles can be exclusively attracted to children, or they can also be attracted to others. In the end, they are still pedophiles. But the terminology of pedophilia doesn't really matter here. Fine, forget about the word, don't call it pedophilia. The point stands. He married a 6-year-old girl and took her to bed when she was 9.
And it was a different time.
When people say that things were different back then, they are implying that such a thing was only okay in Muhammad's time and would not be okay today by Islamic standards. What do you base that on? Nothing. There is no Islamic text which says such a thing was only for back then and should not be practiced in the future. The only reason you frown upon child marriage today is because people learned that it's not in the best interest of all parties involved, that it increases human suffering, and that it should therefore be prevented. Sneeko, do you really want to go down with this legacy? What are you doing? But Sneeko is not the only one. We also have Tristan Tate, the brother of Andrew Tate, who learned from some traditionalist Muslim scholars and who also began defending Muhammad's child marriage. He said in response to Pearl Davis, or Just Pearly Things, who was asking about Muhammad's marriage to a child, when people complain at it was a different time, they literally only focus on the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the Middle East. That was in the 7th century. You live in England, right? Google how old Princess Isabella was when she married Richard II of England over 800 years later. Is Muhammad the central moral character in Islam and considered a moral example for all time? Yes. Is Richard II of England the central character of a religion and considered a timeless moral character for all time? No. Royal families cared about protecting their royal ties and continuing their heritage. So they often did things which common folk did not do. In Muhammad's case, it is a completely unnecessary marriage by a supposedly perfect moral character for all time. That there is the difference. Because of these ambitions, royal families did a lot of messed up things, like the Habsburg dynasty, for example, which through incest created this king, Charles II of Spain. Imagine they took incest even further than others do. Wait until you find out how old the Virgin Mary was when God impregnated her. Joseph also married her. Please look.
Wasn't Mary and Joseph, weren't they both like 14 and 16 respectively?
This all up. It is of course very convenient that he said please look this all up, because he can't look it up and he can't give us an actual source because it's not available. People only make guesses that she was probably in her mid-teens or something like that. Which, by the way, is a very interesting piece of information. If we assume that it is true that she was in her mid-teens 2,000 years ago, then that would be a very interesting comparison to Aisha, 6 years old, and 9 at consummation, over 600 years after that. I really wonder what kind of source Tristan Tate will give us for the age of Mary, though. Will he look at the book of Council of Nicaea?
They did remove the Council of Nicaea from the original Bible.
You're saying there's a book called the Council of Nicaea?
Yeah.
Or maybe he will cite Matt 39.
What's the chapter and verse of that?
Matt verse 39.
What's the chapter?
I don't know.
But hey, I don't want to make fun of somebody just because of their... Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I will. Because this is how Sneeko behaves and how he was banned from YouTube.
You could tell by the way she's talking that she hasn't been properly in a long time. So she's on the internet making this garbage video, promoting all this feminist garbage to your fucking lonely girls in the comment section. What you really need, Chad, is some yeah, shut up with your feminism. Yeah, come here. That's what you need. And she's gonna go, that's what you need. You need some sense back into you.
Congratulations, Islam found another perfect candidate.
Are you still on antidepressants? How do they work? Don't they just suppress every emotions?
So I am indeed still on antidepressants. They do not work by suppressing emotions. The ones I'm on are an NDRI, which is a norepinephrine, dopamine reuptake inhibitor. Basically, it saturates your norepinephrine and dopamine receptors with said neurotransmitters, which are the target of therapy for, at least certain forms of depression. So they appear to work. They're not perfect. They do have side effects, but I am better on them than not on them, and I don't feel like they suppress my emotions. Thanks for the donation, though, German Das. That is a common side effect with SSRIs, but I don't think that's a common side effect with NDRIs. Thanks again, though, dude.
Candidate. By the way, Pearl received some really nasty comments in response to her question, including from our dear friend Muhammad Hijab. Be very careful how you speak about our holy prophet, otherwise we won't hesitate to humiliate you.
You're hiding, boy! You're hiding!
Yes, be careful, Pearl, because this guy probably thinks, looking at his past tweet, that you are one of those Islamophobic women who secretly want to be captured by strong Muslim men like him and be sexually used.
Take off your panties.
Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of, rape promotion among these, so-called Muslims. These influencers.
Hi everyone and welcome. This is the Apostate Prophet. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I want to talk about something that I think we don't really talk very much about. The age of Muhammad's first wife, Khadija. It is very widely known that Muhammad married a young girl, a child, when she was 6 years old, and he consummated the marriage with her when she was 9 years old. Now, when we talk about this, many Muslims in response to that mention that his first wife was 40 years old when Muhammad married her, and he was only 25, so he married a much older woman. Very often, this is brought up by people who don't even fully trust the Islamically authentic reports that Muhammad did marry Aisha when she was 6 and consummated the marriage when she was 9. Instead, they say his first wife was 40 years old when he married her. And many of us take this information that he married an older woman for a fact. The problem is that there is actually no authentic report by Islamic standards which says that Muhammad's first wife, Khadija, was 40 years old when he married her. There is no single report within the authentic Islamic hadiths which talks about her age and which confirms that she was 40 years old. Accounts about her age, saying that she was 40 years old, only come from secondary reports such as writings about Muhammad's life, writings that did not make it into the authentic hadith collections. If we want to compare this knowledge about Khadija's age to the knowledge we possess about Aisha's age, then we can say that it is extremely likely that Muhammad did indeed marry Aisha when she was 6 years old and consummated the marriage when she was 9, because there are multiple records agreed upon and verified by Islamic scholars through chains of narrators who brought this knowledge to those who compiled these reports. Whereas when we look at the age of Khadija, all we have are some secondary writings which did not make it through the process of verification and authentication. I know this might be a shocker to some people, but that's how it is. By Islamic standards, it is only a tradition that Khadija was 40 years old when Muhammad married her. There is no way to verify this information. For the average person today, there is no reason to take this knowledge as a fact. For hadith deniers or for those who are skeptical and suspicious of information that comes through Islamic scholars, there is no reason to believe that Muhammad married a 40-year-old girl. This is simply hearsay. But hey, even if it was true that Muhammad initially married a woman who was 40 years old when he was 25, that doesn't say anything at all. According to those traditions, he was a merchant and she was his employer. She was wealthy, he had nothing. They got married, he became wealthy, and then he became a prophet. That certainly doesn't mean that.
Did you see the Piers Morgan interview with son of Hamas leader about the Israel-Hamas conflict? Also, I love this based imagery of Israel defense.
I don't know if I did see that one. Did you think that you would kill and steal our babies and we would not come after you? Yeah, it's basically what's going on. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Let's take a look at this.
Hassan Youssef knows Hamas better than anybody else. He's spent many years in Israeli jails because of his links to the terror group, and those links could hardly be more direct. His father, Sheikh Hassan Youssef, was one of Hamas's founding leaders. Well, Mossad ultimately flipped on Hamas while in Israeli custody. He spied for Israel. His intelligence is said to have prevented suicide bombings and other attacks. He's now an American citizen after claiming asylum and a converted Christian, but he's watching events in Gaza with barely concealed fury from his now undisclosed location. And he has a chilling warning for Palestinians in this interview we recorded earlier. And I'm joined now by Mossad Hassan Youssef. Mossad, great to see you. It's an extraordinary story, yours. You were the eldest son of a man who was one of the co-founders of Hamas. And indeed, for your early formative years, you worked alongside your father. So you got a great insight into Hamas. Tell me this from the start. What were the intended plans for Hamas when it was founded, when it started, when it developed? What was the plan?
You know, since its establishment, Hamas has one goal in mind, which is annihilating the state of Israel. Like the best, let's say, compromise that they could do is having a truce for 15 years, a ceasefire for 15 years as maximum, you know, but with no guarantee how they will act after. It's absurd. It's not a secret that Hamas wants to destroy the state of Israel. They cannot accept Israel or accept Israel's right to exist.
What was the point that you decided to get out of there, to flee this world, this environment you've been brought up in?
You know, I have many reasons. Since I was a child, I asked my father many questions about Hamas delusions, about their brutality, about their abuse of power. And always he justified, their position. Then I was imprisoned with Hamas. I spent about 27 months in Israeli prisons where Hamas was torturing their own members, our own people within Israeli prisons. They killed actually and tortured hundreds of prisoners.
Dude, what the fuck? So while they were in Israeli prisons, it wasn't Israelis that were torturing them, it was fucking fellow Hamas members. It's weird too because there was the footage taken from Hamas during the October 7th attack where one of those Hamas members got shot, he was bleeding out and dying, and his buddies just didn't care for him and they just stole all of his equipment and fucked off. So it's like they don't even care for each other, they're just psychopaths. Dodo donated $2. Dodo donated $2. Richard's Delight Unbound set out to Bright Falls where adventure abound. In Gugliardo's Swamp, A Curious Scene. Richard Gaming, Lost in a Digital Dream. While Gig cooks dinner with gutter oil from China's sewer stream. Beautiful poem, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
And this is when I start asking myself the question, what if Hamas become the ruler at some point? What will they do to our people? And many years later, Hamas became the ruler of Gaza. And I wasn't surprised by their brutality.
When you heard what happened on October the 7th, what was your feeling about that?
Look, as I told you, I'm not surprised by Hamas.
Egghead donated $2. This guy is too fucking obsessed with himself. He literally said that he is super rich, as if he has $1 billion in the bank. I bet he barely has 100K. Let me see.
When last time you see me make a bed? Never. And I'm super rich, man. Fuck all that make a bed shit. I'm not saying it doesn't help some people, but you don't want to have these fucking rules. Oh man, only rich people dress like this. I will not make my bed, dress like a fucking SoundCloud rapper, and still make a bunch of money. All these fucking rules. Oh man, you got to do a cold plunge in the morning and visualize and do all this other shit, man. Nah, man. Like you ain't got to do none of that shit. All these rules are bullshit. Ain't no fucking rules. How you do everything is how you do anything. Motherfucking bullshit, homie. Because I do all sorts of shit bad, and I'm still a multi-millionaire.
He probably is a multi-millionaire, and he's probably been a multi-millionaire for quite some time. He used to be a big-time drug dealer. And before he got arrested, he got out of the whole business. So he's probably had quite a bit of money for a long time. And I've seen some of the business stuff he does. He does have quite a few employees. I believe that he is a millionaire. It's not out of the question. But yeah, the idea of like having to make your bed and everything, like what the fuck does that do? So he is kind of right about that. Thanks for the donation, Egghead. Dodo donated $2. Look at the time. It's 1:30 a.m. now. You play game. No more red pill, brain poison. Okay, we'll play games soon, alright, Dodo? How about just after this video? Thanks for the donation, man.
Brutality. But I was surprised by the scale of their attack. Not to this degree. Wiping out entire communities, messing with a nuclear power, the most powerful country in the region, a country with a trauma, great trauma from the past, with a memory of a Holocaust and all the Nazis did in the past century. They opened the gates of hell on the Palestinian people. This is how irresponsible this group people are. That they are willing to actually sacrifice many Palestinian children, the entire Palestinian people, and use them as a fuel to just achieve their ideological agendas, their religious agendas. They are careless. They don't care for the human life. We have to separate between what's so-called Palestinian cause and Hamas cause. Hamas cause is a sick one. It's coming from the pit of hell, and they need to be removed from power. This is my message. As an ex-Hamas member, as a son of one of Hamas founders, that enough of this. If we don't stop them now, the next war is going to be deadlier. And only God knows what will happen next if Hamas is not finished as soon as possible.
Mossab, how many regular Palestinians, particularly in Gaza, do you think sympathize with Hamas or indeed fully support them?
You know, once Hamas is removed from power, we're going to witness people celebrating in Gaza. I guarantee you that. The people of Gaza are oppressed for so long, and they had to endure siege. They had to endure.
It does go along with the most recent polling data I've seen. Majority of Palestinians do not support Hamas, and they're interested in a two-state solution. So that seems like an accurate assessment.
Violence, many wars, for the sake of Hamas' lust for power and for Hamas' political ambition. When this comes to an end, I promise you that the Palestinian people, first of all, will thank Israel for what they did. Second, the idea of annihilating the Jews and the state of Israel will be dropped forever. You know, because Hamas is the, you can say, the last experiment of adapting violence, trying to annihilate and destroy the state of Israel. This didn't work for Yasser Arafat. It took him 40 years to realize this. And Hamas has been trying for 35 years to destroy Israel. Finally, I hope that they will come to this understanding that Israel is going nowhere. If they insist on annihilating Israel, and of course, if Iran keeps on insisting on this goal, this means the destruction of the entire region. This is the only uncertain outcome of this, because Israel is going nowhere.
How do we...
Yeah, I like this guy. He has a pretty base take. Like, the reality is these people have to be killed. You can't have Hamas, Hezbollah, and the state of Iran, like, perpetually committing acts of terror indefinitely. Like, they have to, you know, be exterminated, and you have to see regime changes in these areas. So I'm glad he's not this fucking, you know, like, fucking type of dipshit who, I'm glad he's not this type of dipshit who the fuck is this? Stop spamming. Will say, oh, ceasefire, oh, poor Palestinian people, like, he knows what has to be done.
How do we get to peace from here?
You know, this time, I'm afraid that war is the only way to peace. Because if Hamas is not removed from power, then they will build more military, they will build longer range missiles, and the next attack, the next war is going to be deadlier. The use of force is the last resort. You can find this in every culture. And unfortunately, now Hamas left Israel and the free world as well with no choice but to fight them and put an end for their violence. Many civilians are dying, I understand this. Their blood is on the hands of Hamas, and Hamas only.
Yes, finally. Holy fuck. Why is that so hard for people to understand? Rather than fucking blaming Israel for all these deaths, why aren't they blaming Hamas? Hamas are the ones who fucking instigated this. They're the ones that caused the conflict. They're the ones that are using human shields. I'm glad this guy has the fucking sense to say it's Hamas that you should be fucking blaming. This is probably the smartest fucking guy Piers Morgan has interviewed yet.
Interesting you say that, because a lot of pro-Palestinians who I've had on the show in the last 2 weeks don't accept that argument. They say the blood of the civilians in Gaza is exclusively on the hands of Israel, and that Israel's waged a repressive occupation for many decades. There's been a prison camp for Gazans for a long, long time, and that has created the environment through which a terror group like Hamas can thrive and indeed win an election, as they did in 2005. Do you buy into any of that? I mean, do you think that Israel has overreacted already to what happened to them. Their argument is, what is proportion when you have a terror attack like that on your people?
Look, since my childhood, and I am hearing the stories from pro-Palestine and from those who are using what's so-called the Palestinian cause. They care the least for the Palestinian children and their future. You know, I am the legitimate representative of the Palestinian children. The child within me speaks. I don't want somebody coming from London or somebody coming from the other side of the world to tell me what is the struggle of the Palestinian children. The Palestinian children, the Palestinian society has been hijacked by these criminals, and anybody who takes their side is participating in their crime. This is my answer to those people.
Based. Fucking based, bro. I like this guy.
And for the civilian casualties, etc., you know, first of all, Hamas is using, and it's very clearly, it's a fact that Hamas used civilians as human shields. It's a fact. Then it's a fact that Israel called and warn civilians to evacuate buildings before they strike them. But in the meantime, Hamas put roadblocks to stop civilians from evacuating to safe zones. Hamas single misfire killed hundreds of refugees taking shelter at a hospital, and they blamed Israel. What are we talking about here? Israel is a democracy. Israel is accountable. Israel is not thirsty for the Palestinian blood. In the meantime, Israel is capable of wiping out Arab capitals in seconds.
Israel's capable of wiping out Gaza, Lebanon, fucking Iran, fucking single-handedly. Like, the idea that Israel would have this interest of genociding Palestinians, but they don't do it, makes no sense.
Why Israel does not attempt to abuse its power? But why, when the Arabs have just a little bit of power, couple of missiles, they misuse power by launching them at civilians and kill them in their living rooms? We have a fundamental problem, and we need to stop blaming Israel. We invited this upon our heads, and the rest of the world, if they don't know the reality on the ground, it's better that they shut up.
Mossab, your passion and your anger is very palpable here, and certainly very different to most of the pro-Palestinian voices I've had. And I sense the Palestinian plight of its people is very much in your heart.
This guy's smart.
Do you still have contact with...
He's by far the smartest guy Piers Morgan has interviewed yet.
With any of your family?
This is irrelevant right now. I don't have any contact with my family, and I don't care anymore. You know, enough bloodshed and enough involvement from people who don't care. They're just warriors on keyboard, you know, and they're just storming.
They're just the warrior keyboard.
World capitals saying free Palestine, free Palestine. They don't know what the hell Palestine is. I am Palestine. And I say it's enough of Hamas. It's enough of the corrupt leaderships that they are killing our people, misleading them to hell. Is enough of that. We don't want Palestinian state. I don't want Palestinian state. Palestinian children need education. They need security. They need life.
Yeah, if there was ever going to be a single state solution, Israel should obviously be the ones, leading that single state. Nation of Israel is far more successful than the nation of Palestine by far. I would rather have Israeli leadership than Palestinian leadership. And I mean, under Israeli leadership, like we know, they're going to have a much more benevolent system than, Palestinian rule. But I think a two-state solution, at least for now, would make much more sense.
This is what they need. They don't need another corrupt Arab regime.
Is it possible to get rid of Hamas in the way that Israel is currently trying to do through airstrike bombardments and it is planned now an imminent ground invasion? Is that the best way to do it? Or is there a danger of radicalizing a lot more young Palestinians to the Hamas cause in the process?
Listen to this. We are going to remove Hamas from power. Remember my words, okay? And Hamas did not only bring the wrath of Israel over Gaza. Hamas brought the wrath of God. We are going to remove them from power, and we are going to persecute their leaders, and we are going to bring them to justice, and the world will witness their punishment. And everyone who take their side today in this state of confusion, thinking that this is a joke, I tell those people that you are going to regret taking the side of Hamas. You are going to regret taking the side of those criminals who are killing the Palestinian people.
Mossab, you were born in Ramallah. That's your home. Do you dream of going home?
Yeah, that guy was fucking based as fuck. By far the most based of anybody Pierce has interviewed, for sure. Alright, I'm going to take a fucking shit. Then after that, we will play Alan Wake. Oh, right, it's not on Steam. It's on fucking Epic Games. And then after that, we shall play Alan Wake. But I gotta go poo-poo right now. Out of my bum-bum. Looks like there's a new update. Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Just need to shit. Where's my fucking phone? I don't know where I put my phone. Oh, there it is. I'll be back. Holy fuck, dude. That was the most massive shit I've ever taken. I had to flush like fucking 6 times. Hit up David Packman, donated $2. Let me see.
We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Now, here is a caller suggesting a debate. Okay? You tell me whether this is a debate you want me to do.
Hi, David. My name is Kayvon, and I watched your show, but I know you're not vegan, and I know that you don't care about the rights of the animals that you eat, which at least to the extent of their life and you don't care about their life, the ones you eat. Anyway, I was wondering if you would debate me again to talk about it. I think I tried calling you a long time ago or something, and you wouldn't talk to me.
He thinks
That's how I remember it.
he thinks he tried calling me or something, and I wouldn't talk to him.
Yeah, I'm wondering your thoughts on being progressive and wanting to kill animals and eat their flesh. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. If that's a debate people want me to have with this guy, let me know. We've got a great bonus show for you today.
David Packman is the most sleazy fucking bitch when it comes to veganism. He has the worst fucking vegan takes I've seen, like, among the lefty kind of community. Just a complete dickhead. I'll look up that video again after stream and I'll leave him a voice message and see if I can set up a debate with him. But thanks for the donation. Hit up David Packman. Appreciate it. Alright, Alan Wake 2. Let's fucking go.